Good
All right.
evening, good afternoon. Come one, come all. We are so back. We are so back. Hello, Raymond.
Patrick, time has foretold our return. This is the episode Isaiah dies. No, I'm just kidding.
Yep, this is the unplanned finale. One way or another, we're just going to force death on the protagonist and just see if we can make it work in a way that makes sense.
Yep.
It's beautiful.
Just like in real life.
Oh. So, the last time we recorded, Isaiah was dealing with some cultists. He had a little interrogation, a little bit of Euro action, and we had a moment of mercy as he let go of those. We'll call them blood cultists, unless there was a technical term that I'm not aware of.
That's an apt term. They don't typically, in the society of Chirraku, deserve any type of proper title. So anything you want to sling their way is typically free.
Good shit. Good shit.
But through the power of Euros, rolling dice, and,
Friendship.
well, friendship, the two cultists' hearts were turned at least to the point where they could find a new life for themselves, gifted to them by Isaiah. The meeting ending in peace for them, a little bit of an imbalance of worry for our chairman of the people, Aslam Darai. And Isaiah, how would it have ended in your mind, do you feel?
How does Isaiah feel about the encounter, the situation?
Indeed.
Yeah. Isaiah looks on it pretty. I think his and Aslam Jarai's relationship is so young in the way that how loyalty to Aslam Jarai does not necessarily manifest in the most, I guess, violent of reactions when he is wronged. And by wronged, I mean, someone makes an attempt on Aslam Jarai's life. The reality is that they tried to get to the map, they tried to kill Aslam Jarai, and they tried to flee, and kind of all of those things failed. But nonetheless, recourse needed to take place. So I thought how Isaiah looked at it was accountability needed to be had, but I didn't think that Isaiah didn't feel like death was appropriate or necessarily it wasn't necessary to hold them accountable. I stripped them of their motives by forcing them to leave and making them promise and taking an oath of sorts to not necessarily return. Instead of looking on behalf of the interests of the organization they were potentially serving, I've made them take a new leaf, which comes with some risk, but it also comes with a new start. And I think that was what Isaiah thought was appropriate, is you get to live, but it's not necessarily a comfortable lifestyle. But if you go about it smartly, if you go about it, justly, long term, you'll find yourself in a better place than what you did when you caught these hands. So that's kind of where Isaiah stands with the cultists themselves, now with the Aslam Darai and how he may feel about it. I don't know if I'm not saying it is. I think but I think Isaiah's perspective on his own wisdom would be held in higher regard than Aslam Darai's opinion. And not necessarily in the rude way, because he does care about what Aslam thinks, but he also understands that Aslam has a different perspective of the situation because he was the victim of the situation. It was happening to him, and naturally, you will be taking that personally, which is not wrong per se. But Isaiah understands that his perspective is one that is naturally and appropriately biased. So in that sense, he doesn't necessarily look at it, so he doesn't take it that deeply or intently that Aslam may feel that these fuckers should die. Um, Isaiah just feels like, I understand why you think that. That's just not going to happen here. So, yeah, that's kind of Isaiah's thoughts. I imagine he's thinking about this situation while walking to the council meeting. It's a kind of a long walk from the temple throughout town to get to the council meeting. So, this is like a moment of reflection for Isaiah right now, as he's not even really too concerned about the council meeting itself. His priority is kind of like, was this the right decision? How could everyone possibly feel about this? Um, what could the potential repercussions be and all that? Those are his thoughts. But in this moment, he still feels just, even though Aslam may feel like his judgment may be a little too forgiving, maybe even unwise.
Regardless, the nameless master and student now face new challenges in a new life, hopefully leaving the continent in peace. Isaiah now leaves one interrogation as the questioner, now to the questioned himself. In a new interview
With Vogue magazine.
with Vogue magazine, Isaiah, is it true that you're full of shit?
Any comment on that, sir? Oh man. Am I full of shit? That is the question.
Only someone full of shit would deny it.
Yeah, yeah. I'll defer to my secretary, Mowgli.
A well-suited bear comes out of the back room.
He
wearing
testifies.
2 briefcases. Indeed, he is not.
Oh.
And that is it. That's his argument.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Doing a tiny bit of retconning where we go back, we re-enter into this lower city training center where this city council meeting is taking place. Isaiah, the two individuals that are already in here, their eyes and gaze settle upon you. One of them being nearly 11 feet tall, the other one being a little bit over maybe 5.5 feet, probably around 5.5 feet if you don't consider the crest of his dragonborn head. A blue dragonborn shackled in some type of different-looking manacles you've never seen before. And this tall, Leonin-esque half-orc woman, dressed in rags, covered in fur, looking at you with no real emotion upon her face, just a tired look of that one person that you would assume to be working very many, many late hours into the night. The council before you sits on a higher level, almost like a 1700s surgery auditorium where you would be on display for doctors to cut you open and learn about other type of medical procedures without any type of anesthetic. Higher than that appears to be a myriad of audience members, some of them chatting and talking between themselves, on the level of what seems to be city council civilians just coming in to say their own piece. If you want, you may roll me a perception check to see if you can spot any individuals you might know, or just to take in the sights themselves.
Perception. Let's do it. Not that great. Not that great. That's gonna be an 8.
As you walk forward towards the center of this area, down below, on the same level as you, appears to be two individuals, two women. Horrifying, I know.
Oh.
My God. The first woman sitting behind a desk with a number of articles of paperwork and seems to be some distinct items. One you recognize immediately to be Lloyd's rabbit foot. The other individual herself sticks out a little bit more than the first woman before the desk. She seems to be a small, gnomish-sized woman, kind of wrapped up and more or less sleeping inside of what looks to be incredibly oversized, large, bundled silver and purple robes. Her hair tied up in a dirty turban with a sandy brown hue to it. She has a light gray showing of age amongst her hair, and she seems to be just cracking an eye open and keeping an eye on the whole event as it discloses, having a number of papers that are being recorded magically with a quill. Appears to be some type of chronicler. The woman at the desk, dressed in a soft blue hued robe, seems to be around middle age or so, dwarvish appearing. She's waiting for you to arrive into the precipice in which the two death row inmates are standing as well. The magical lighting inside of this area is bearing down upon you, restricting your vision upon the crowd, almost as if you're inside of a spotlight at this moment in time. You can barely make out some of the art and murals that are on display and being somewhat covered up by adornments of weaponry, tapestries, and other training machines for when this place is not in use for council meetings, when it is properly being used as the martial academy that it is.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Isaiah, I would like to ask you one thing that I don't 100% remember from the last session because we're frauds, but did you come in armed?
I think I came in armorless, but I think I would still have the sword of the web weaver on my person, as well as the collapsible leaf shield.
Okay. Isaiah, I will say this. Your Kopesh, the moment you get in here, in the same sense as when you entered the room where the map would soon to be, is beginning to act up. It's coming to life within your grip as you rest your hand upon it, walking forward to keep it from swaying. You feel the Kopesh coming to life, and without even needing to roll an insight check, you know that if this thing starts brandishing itself magically in front of all of these individuals, it's not gonna look good on you.
Interesting.
So if you'd be so kind as to make a decision for me, if you would like to restrain this Kopesh, you may.
Yeah, I would definitely. So I get the feeling that the Kopesh is about to tweak out the closer I get to the council room.
Yep, the closer and closer you get to center, it seems like the Kopesh wishes to weave something in here.
Interesting. Okay. Um, do I get the idea that whatever it would want to weave, could I control it? Like, it.
At this moment in time, I would say that the Kopesh itself, it has a will of its own, is not going all out to disobey you or anything like that. It's just very much so ready to make right what is no longer here. You don't necessarily know what it wants to do at this moment in time, but if you would like to roll an Arcana check to see, you may.
I think I would like to just give that a shot. Arcana check. Let's see here. For a grand total of 16.
16. With this 16, you see that the Kopesh, as you restrain it slightly with your magical prowess, you see the almost blueprint or schematic that it's trying to weave. It's trying to create what looks to be a podium of sorts in the very center of the room, right where the desk is, where this woman is sitting. It
And where.
looks like it wants.
Sorry,
Oh,
go ahead.
it looks like it's trying to create something with a symbol of a very specific god, an indentation upon the pedestal for the Book of Thoth itself.
Okay. Where are the death row inmates relative to the desk?
They're standing about 15 feet in front of it or so.
And they look like they are about to have separate hearings. Is that what I can kind of conclude?
You catch the short end of the conversation with the woman, with them rounding up their conversation. So whatever hearings they would have had or words, have been ended once you were brought in.
Okay.
A number of whispers start up in the crowd, and they're just taking your visage in as we speak.
Yeah, I think as I get closer to the desk, I would then take out the web weaver and I would allow / facilitate a podium to be made where this desk is and this dwarven woman is. And if I may, while the web weaver is on its own trying to manifest this podium that it urgently wants to create, I would like to. It's not a ritual spell, but I would like to cast the spell in a ritualistic style. I want it to be kind of ostentatious. I want it to be like if you were in the nosebleeds, you could kind of tell what I'm doing. And I kind of want to just announce and be very transparent that this podium that's being made is going to be imbued and embedded with the spell, the Zone of Truth. And I will purposely fail it as the podium is created.
I will say, give me a performance check just to assuage the immediate possible lethality of what you were about to do with this Kopesh coming to life, brandishing it in front of an official, and then casting a spell without any preface or distinction. This is your means to make it seem like you are being as non-lethal as possible at this moment in time.
That's going to be an 18 total.
18 total. You do see a number of individuals make themselves known amongst the councils. Immediately, as you begin brandishing the Kopesh, some people begin to stand up and righten their spellcasting focuses as you come across towards the desk and podium itself. And you let go of the Kopesh to allow it to weave the podium itself, correct?
Yep.
The Kopesh itself basically splits the desk that she's upon or sitting before. She herself does not actually I'll see if yeah, she rolls high enough in insight. She doesn't even break a sweat. She doesn't move. She just looks at the desk get split in half and pushed to the side, both sides. A number of mages stand afoot, ready to sling spells in your direction. And a number of whispers begin, and blasphemies are called about upon your immediate actions towards this meeting. Some people whisper, some people giggle, some people seem rather impressed that you so swiftly asserted yourself as a person of bold movements.
While this podium is being created, I would like to take a position of submission, the universal language of submission and ready to listen, which is crisscross applesauce. And I would like to set my Kopesh in my lap as this podium is being manifested, and I will sit kind of in front of this split desk.
Dwarven woman sits up in her chair. My, quite an entrance for you, my young friend. There's no mistake. You are certainly what appears to be a Magi of Pharos, after all. Not many have tread amongst our city for years upon years, I would say. And to bring such a energetic weapon to hold that is destroying and creating furniture is a most mysterious take to begin a conversation with. Isaiah of Pharos, if you would be so kind as to answer your name truthfully. You feel her fail the spell.
Feel her fail the spell. Okay. Do I get the impression that she did it on purpose, or...
Yeah,
Okay.
she did it on purpose.
Okay.
I'm going to roll for the 2 death row inmates, however, but continue.
Yeah. I would look around and look up at the council and look up at the audience, and I would say, well, this council meeting is not going to be a standard council meeting, so I figured the entrance and the impression is atypical as well, just to keep everything consistent. But by no means do I mean any sort of ill fate or harm on anyone here, so I apologize if some ruined furniture gave the wrong first impression. But I'm here to listen and hear what the council has to say.
This council was called forth by Chairman Dante herself, Chairman of the Waste. She was so ready to meet you herself before she was so utterly distracted by a certain set of cultists that have recently been making themselves known. I will speak upon her behalf, my dear friend Isaiah. I would like to introduce myself as Patna.
Patna. P-A-T-N-A?
That would be the correct spelling. Isaiah writes it down in a notepad he found.
Yep. On the back of his
Names
shield, there's just notes.
Yeah, there's a lot of names to go around, so yeah, it makes sense.
So this Patna woman is the one that's leading the council interrogation.
At this point in time, you are correct.
Okay.
she goes into a number of regulations and rights told to you that we will not go into, but, words and proceedings to make sure that you know your rights as a Jabaxi citizen. Seems like despite the fact that you're in the Illusory Desert, the same laws tend to apply regardless. So if you find yourself to be guilt or being accused of any crimes that you don't want to talk about, you can get yourself a lawyer, or if you can't get a lawyer, a lawyer will be assigned to you, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. You're being read your Miranda rights, you're taken away in handcuffs, and you're taken away. That's it.
Welcome to the prison system, baby. Woo!
Yep, you're gonna make some license plates and lingerie. Get ready.
Oh, what a capstone.
No, she goes over some proceedings. A number of refreshments are brought out, lemon bread and scones, including some lavender scented and flavored water. Well, we brought all forth. The 2 death row inmates have also decided to sit crisscross applesauce as to match the energy being displayed upon those who are questioned. Isaiah, a number of ridiculous questions happen so forth. They want to know your exact height, the measurement of your arms and such. Verification of what is displayed underneath your tongue comes up once again, and then a number of questions boils down to very specific ones, Isaiah. After they verify that you are indeed a member of the Jabaxi nation and government and not an agent of Set or some type of changeling, eventually, Isaiah, Patna settles and begins to question. Isaiah, it has been a number of days since you have transversed the highway of the underworld. From the city of the dead in the mansion of Osiris, with our knights of Anubis, to now. 2 of your allies have made themselves very useful amongst our city, being Ion and your seemingly uncle, Amun. They have made it very clear that they have displayed themselves as allies of Jabaxi at large. Ion herself has been most pivotal in what comes to be a staggering amount of daily chores that she seems to accomplish with great regard herself. And we are most appreciative and hope to continue a said relationship with her. Amun is another thing altogether. I would like to start this off by asking you of your relationship with Amun. And I will begin this statement so that you understand the full ramifications if you were to withhold information from us. We've already gone through this process with Amun. We have questioned him. We have gotten answers that we have corroborated with other sources. So we would like to know your relationship with Amun.
To put it simply, my relationship with Amun is complicated at times. At times, he is a joy to have and the right person for the right time. He is very helpful in numerous ways, and as my journey through to getting here in Chirraku, he has been a great relief for certain burdens that have accompanied me on this journey. But I would not be honest if I was not to say that he is still a troublesome family member that makes decisions that are dubious at best at times, things that I don't agree with, and like a family member, makes decisions that you definitely don't agree with, but because they're family, you kind of go along with it. So, complicated would be the best word to put it. And to be honest, I wish he were here to corroborate this right now because I'm sure he would agree. But if there's anything more you would like to know more about our relationship, feel free to ask.
You see Patna look over at her chronicler, who has at this point in time awakened. She has a number of papers already chronicled from the previous interviews that she's gone through and is starting up a new chapter of your current one currently. The small woman looks tired beyond belief. Heavy bags underneath her eyes. Upon her eyelids appear to be a number of clear gems that fit oh so perfectly with her visage, making her seem slightly distracting and enchanting at the same time, almost like she's meant to draw attention specifically to her eyes. The council whispers amongst themselves, and it seems that Patna receives a number of correspondences from the councilman via message as a number of pointings go on. Patna nods and looks over at you with a more serious look. This podium, Isaiah, that you've created, bears the sigil of Thoth. When you came here to us unconscious, we took some time to look over you and your possessions. You seem to be making very curious changes everywhere you go with this weapon of a long-gone being of power from the Jabaxi network. What is your main goal, Isaiah?
Well, I think for the people of Chirraku, it's kind of hard to see it from the intent that it's actually supposed to be. But this long journey that I'm on, that has been going on for years now, has been a very long-winded journey to restitution. There's been highs, there's been lows, there's been detours, there's been delays, and there has been gaps where I admittedly didn't know what to do. And as I sit before this council right now, I still stand by that I don't fully necessarily know what I'm doing, but I know what I'm trying to do, and I know my beliefs and my principles, and as long as I operate within those and keep going forward, I will be accomplishing my goal of restitution. But if you're asking specifically what I'm trying to accomplish, the answer is a lot more complicated.
There are a number of organizations, forces, armies, assassins, spies, harpers, whispered ones, and magi all across Jabaxi. A number of them are in place, based off of certain mandates. The war against Set, battling against domestic forces and threats. The Knights of Anubis are known as the Slayers of the Undead, and the true backbone of Jabaxi at large. The Medjai oftentimes make war with Set. Never directly himself, well, in some cases, very rare cases over the centuries, close examples have been prevalent. You have been labeled as a Medjai of Pharos, and yet we don't know which mandate you stand upon. We have no information on why Pharos would send a young man such as yourself through the underworld unscathed to us for any other reason than what could be displayed before me right here upon this shattered desk. And she holds up some of the false correspondence from the Hag's Lair. Chairman Dante, I give you one last chance to find your senses and bring yourself with courage to a meeting place with our Herot and myself to strategize a plan on how to deal with the recent rise of the dark forces of the Blight Fields. If you choose not to respond to this letter with a definitive location of your standing, I am forced to place the Council of the Illusory Desert in standing with the Dune Riders, and Chirraku no longer. This is a letter that was never received by us, but seems to replicate perfectly a number of individuals' handwritings. All of these, some of them unrelated to us, but a number of correspondences that do not corroborate any type of letters we have received before. Why is it that a mysterious man would show with such things as this?
Yes, I believe this is what councils and members of the judicial arm of Chirraku would come to know as evidence. This is evidence of... Well, let me back up a bit. So I was in Salia, and there was a demi-lich issue that I saw fit to resolve, and that involved me going to the underworld to save the people that were, let's say, at stake in Salia. With that, that's where this journey begins. Now, at some point along this journey, I do make it to the underworld, and I promise you, it was not unscathed. It was very scathed. It came with a lot of consequences and a lot of close calls, and by coming out barely by the skin of my teeth, I was able to muster up these papers from an underworld organization of hags. And I would look around no longer at Patna. I would look over to the audience of Chirraku in this council meeting, and I would say, yes, that is correct. There is a hag coven in the underworld under all of our noses with abilities grossly, barely imaginable. And while I try to thwart or at least impede the operations, I was but a few people there, and unfortunately, to take down a hag oven of that magnitude, it would have taken, a small army, to put that appropriately. So, these are correspondences developed by the hags from within their coven based on interceived letters that are stolen from couriers and messengers alike and plagiarized for their own purposes, as they have been pulling, well, I can't say exactly, but suffice to say, this is the exact proof and example that there are strings being pulled here in Chirraku and by extension the rest of Jabaxi. We just don't know where those strings lead, unfortunately. So, while my mission specifically is not to resolve the hag issue at large, if it's possible, I will do everything within my power, but it seems as though some people are accidentally involved with the dealings of hags, and despite their altruism, may be pawns to a greater ploy that we are not able to see at this point. And so that right there, and I look specifically at the papers, is the token of the scheme that we are all a part of one way or another.
Roll me an insight check, my friend.
I will roll an insight check. I will do this. Character sheet. Insight. That is going to be a natural 1 for a 6.
That's tough, man. That, you are getting a mixture of opinions. There are some people, like, on a frat boy's level of confidence, that are coming up to say, bullshit! We would know! There's no way we wouldn't know! A full-blown argument breaks out amongst the audience. Some of the councilmen start giving each other looks as well. There seems to be two councilmen that need to be separated slightly, as they might come to blows, depending on the opinion. The interviewer, Patna, eventually calls to order using thaumaturgy to make her voice louder than anything else, screaming silence, and very shortly shaking everything upon the walls, sending tapestries up, lodged weapons falling down, hitting some audience members. A number of things hit the ground, and eventually she regains order back within the meeting area.
Do I still have the writings and scratchings of the rib bone on my forearm?
You absolutely do.
Can I will sit in silence for a second, interpreting the mixture of emotions that are currently being presented throughout the council hall, and I will stand up now from my crisscross applesauce position, pointing the web weaver into the ground and kind of standing on the hilt as if it's a cane. And I would look around back at the people and I would say, if you do not believe the words that I am saying, then believe the scar that lays upon my arm. And I will stick out my forearm and show off the writings on it to the crowd. And I think if I could with my other hand basically make glowing yellow glyphs that basically mimic my glyphs on my forearm and just pantomime them in the air to kind of like from people that are far away that are in the nosebleeds are like, the fuck is he showing, you know? I just want to make a bigger demonstration of the writing that's on my forearm, and I will express to the group that this writing is not writing of my own. This is the only marking on my body of this kind, and I don't quite fully understand the language it was even written in. But when I was in the coven, I interacted with sacrilegious artifacts that were not meant for me, and they left a toll on my body. And I would let the crowd react from there.
Patna shushes the crowd as they begin to murmur amongst themselves. You see a number of mages looking upon the symbols. No sense of recognition in their eyes, but an immediate attempt to decipher these symbols themselves begins henceforth. At this point, the chronicler herself is fully awake and taking in the curious look itself. There's a moment in time when Patna digs amongst the letters, and she pulls out one letter in particular. The seal is broken, and upon it, towards the bottom, you see very similar lettering to the same standard as upon your forearm. Some of them different, but more or less the same. A script of the Sylvan language, mathematical formulas for what seems to be dunamancy, chronomancy, or just time magic as it's in itself. The letter itself is displayed. Whatever this magic might be, it could be the source of how these hags have been so prominent in evading us. We've had a number of rumored reports stating that these creatures and beasts have brought themselves upon our public and have performed machinations, robberies, sabotages, and conspiracies amongst our city and at large the rest of the Illusory Desert itself. And that brings us to this. And she presses a hand upon the Lloyd's rabbit foot. I assume I can believe you recognize this particular article of evidence, Isaiah.
Of course.
This was found on a farm of a massacred family 50 miles from here. Displayed upon a body of a young man who looked not too dissimilar to you, with simply 2 words. One more. It was Amun who pointed out to us that you would have recognized this most ghastly trophy, that you would be able to point it out as a form of challenge. Now, we are led to believe that a large being with very powerful arms has taken to crushing said individuals of your appearance. And we would like to know if you would like to accompany these two wonderful inmates on a journey to neutralize this threat. And at this point, the two inmates look at you. The blue dragonborn, far shorter than you, stares at you with great confidence. And the tall orcish woman looks at you with a little bit of understanding and pity, really.
I look over to Patna and I would say, pardon me. In the interest of what would I be doing this task for? I mean, I, by all means, love helping, and I wish to assist everyone on every matter that they could. But my journey is to get to Pharos, and as it stands right now, I woke up in Chirraku, and I assisted with the blood cultist issue that permeated the town. As far as what is transpiring now with these farmers, I'm not aware what that is about, and the people of Chirraku seem more than equipped to deal with a seemingly low stakes issue, unless there's other information that's being omitted.
The dragonborn just kind of scoffs and raises a brow at you. Coward after all. Disappointing. And Patna sends him a dirty look for a second. We were hoping that a Medjai of the nation of Jabaxi would be so ready to strike down a threat unearthed by he himself, especially one that appears to have caused such misery. I will admit there are some omissions in the information, being somewhat of a test of trust, since you have gained so many days of rest and resource from under our belts, hoping that you would be as ready as Amun and Ion to help out Chirraku with its threats at large. But we appear to be on the wrong frequency, is the best way to put it. We didn't know you would be so eager to be unhelpful. But if we put it this way, these hags have been appearing here and there. One of them killing individuals that looks like you seems to be sending a message. But a number of strange misgoings have been happening here and there. A large ethereal glowing being of green light has been seen amongst the wastes of the Luziere Desert. And while this would originally be deterred as simply just an illusion, an effect, which is caused quite often with only the enchantments of this very city itself being the one thing keeping us from its effects. There are far too many people hallucinating and displaying reports of this fey-like creature wandering the wastes, doing most curious and strange acts to the ground at large. These hags seem to follow it no matter where it goes. Now, if you wish to leave the city and go back to Pharos, by all means, you may navigate on your own. But if you would like a guide, well, that doesn't come freely.
I'll look back at the inmates, then back at Patna, and then to the people of the council meeting. Please don't take my lack of eagerness as unwillingness to assist. I am more than capable, in addition to more than willing. But in my time here at Chirraku, I was never under the impression that the people of this wonderful city were any sort of damsel in distress and needed help. Now, I see that you're putting your point forward that this is my problem and because I caused it, and well, we have different interpretations of that assessment. I am more than willing to play ball. So I'll say this to the council meeting and to you, Patna, that I will assist you on this matter, and I will aim to give you resolution, but on this condition. In addition to providing me a guide to Pharos, I would like to see you and this council do more to help yourselves. And I'll look over to the death row inmates and I'll say, if I am to help you guys, you must help yourselves and allow these two death row inmates that are assisting me on this quest to take them off death row if they were to be successful in their mission, and seek to rehabilitate these two individuals. And now this time I'm looking specifically, locking eyes with the Dragonborn who insisted that I was cowardly. I would say it would be a great demonstration of not only your strength, but your ability to forgive by allowing these inmates to correct themselves from whatever malevolent deeds they have committed.
Patna looks at you with a look of scrutiny. I am afraid, Isaiah, that I am far beyond giving any type of cleared title, especially in the domain of public opinion. The two individuals before you are inmates on death row for a strong reason. The only reason they're not dead is because of their lethality and their very, very potent skill sets. This whelp of a dragonborn, and he looks over at her and he says, "Whelp?" Yes, whelp of a dragonborn is the unfortunate killer of a previous chairman, the very chairman that your dear Oslam has replaced, the original Durai. And such a sin, unfortunately, cannot be forgiven in any amount of lifetimes.
Is there
And this
do I know, just in the back of my mind, do I know when Aslan became chairman?
just roll me a history check, and we'll
Okay.
see if it ever came up.
That's a 13.
13? Yeah, he became chairman about like 8 years ago, more or less.
Okay.
Not too long ago. He, the previous chairman, Durai, they always take the name of the original chairman as a last name. Aslam, being a bard before this, did not have any type of title. The Dragonborn himself begins to argue. He brought it upon himself to challenge me. I don't care if he was a chairman, if he was a god, or if he was a worm in the sand. Anyone can catch violence from me. Just because I should be punished for him having a bold standing and he dies in combat shouldn't have been on me. But you tend to lock up what you fear. Isn't that right? And he looks over towards the half-orc Leonin woman. Patna pointing her out. And Cleo. She was a former captain of Chirraku. She comes from a long, long line of set worshippers. Not knowing about the history of the city of this great nation, Chirraku was only wrestled from the clutches of Set nearly 300 years ago. Many, many of these citizens have worshipped Set in their families long before that, when it was wrested from Anhur himself. You will be going deep into what is only able to be described as Set's moral territory, and Cleo will be your guide and means of transferring these wastes in a more peaceful and guided sense.
So wait, the other death row inmate is this half-orc woman?
Yep.
And she comes from the long lineage of Set followers.
Yep, her family descends from essentially fervent worshippers.
Okay. I'll look over to Patna and I say out loud, talking to her, but talking to the crowd. Actually, no, I'll go up to the Dragonborn and I'll be like, excuse me, what's your name?
He looks over. And he looks over into the crowd, and you catch his eyes and vision, and he's looking over towards Malice and Joy. You can call me Tomb Maker, or you can call me Joy. And he smiles devilishly.
I'll look over to Patna, and I'll say, this Dragonborn here, like you said, he's on death row justly so for killing a councilman. The councilman that is the predecessor to the now Aslam Durai, is that correct?
The whole council nods.
And I'll say, if that's the case, then correct me if I'm wrong again, that was 8 years ago. Now, 8 years ago is a long time to be on death row. But like you said, Patna, if you're lethal and you're useful, we'll keep you alive. So, if this Dragonborn was sentenced to death, then how come the same council that sentenced him to death says that your appropriate punishment for your crime is to no longer be a part of this world? You're so desperately treating like an asset. Whenever you need help with something, it seems like, oh, this expendable individual can potentially help us. With no promise of reward, just that you'll still be on death row and we'll keep you alive unless you die in our dirty deed that we want you to do. Now, I'm not saying all of your deeds or any of your deeds are particularly dirty, but what is dirty is the fact that this Dragonborn seemingly does not even have a right to punishment. If he is to be sentenced to death, then allow him to be sentenced to death, but if he is an asset and you do have use for him, then by all means, he deserves to be, let's say, maybe be given rehabilitation, maybe allow him the opportunity to become something greater than he currently is, because right now, you're telling him he's a monster, but you're using him like you could really need a monster. So, you're right, it's not necessarily my place to say what happens to this Dragonborn, but I would also inquire this council and the people of Chirraku is, do we really want what's fair, or do we really want what's convenient? Because it seems awfully convenient that you're on death row for 8 years, so you're always perpetually being threatened about your life, but you are constantly being strung along for the purposes of this same people that want you to die so desperately. And I would step over to the orc woman and I would say, similarly, while my purpose is ultimately to help Horus and his Osiris and all of the Jabaxi gods in stopping Set, that doesn't necessarily mean all of his followers are fallen individuals. And I will now I'm pacing kind of around the podium and almost like talking like a professor, as if I'm leading a lesson right now, you know, some fucking Albert Einstein type shit. And I would say, know the difference between someone who has fallen to Set or someone who was misguided by Set. I would look over to the half-orc woman. She clearly only follows Set because Set is all that she was known. This is a generational issue that also could potentially be solved by rehabilitation. If you only know one thing, we can't always have the most cruel punishments for only having that one thing to know. She needs a form of re-education to see the worthiness, the actual values that the non-Set gods represent, and maybe she reconsiders. She's not blind to Set's crime, but if Set is what has proven to be there for her, and the gods, and by extension the people of those gods, abandon her, then it makes sense why such an evil god who is there for her provides such comfort. And for that, I would also implore this council that if this half-orc woman does go with me on this little quest for you all, that you reconsider a more apt punishment than staying on death row for an extended period of time with no hopes of mercy, rehabilitation, a second chance, anything of that sort. And I would look over to Patna now, and I would extend my hand out as if, I know this council meeting is, you know, kind of politically charged, so they would probably do their dealings more in like the paper format where I would have to sign paper like, I'm going to do this for you guys and this is what I'm getting in exchange. But I'm just going to only simply extend out my hand for a shake to make the deal as a kind of token of like, this is my word and I believe in my word more strongly than, you know, a piece of paper to sign.
The two prisoners look at you. You see that Cleo has a look of gratitude upon her face. Uh, you see a startlingly lack of intelligence from our friend Tomb-Maker. You don't have to swear upon my survival, boy. I enjoy the fight. They can't dispense of a geomancer like me. Me and my son, you let us loose. We are a bigger threat than anyone in the desert. Looks over towards Malice, who doesn't meet his gaze. Stares down in a little bit of shame. These hags stand no chance against me. Just put me in front of them and I'll bury them in the sand. Like all the others before me. Patna looks over to you, considers your words. We need not explain the understanding for why we keep them alive for convenience. Decisions like this are not upon myself, but upon Councilman Dante. Now, I am personally pleased to see that you have taken it upon yourself to call a point of injustice towards these two individuals. Regardless of your answer, they were going on the mission to slay these hags themselves. But now, we can postpone their departure until you decide you're ready to leave. We would prefer to be within the fortnight, and you may take a team of individuals as long as that number is underneath 10. As any number above that amongst the wastes would cause illusions to ravage your mind beyond measure. Too much magical prowess amongst the wizards that have ruined this desert itself would cause you to be lost even amongst your guide here. I would like you to please step over towards our chronicler here. And she points over towards the small gnomish woman.
I would step over to the small gnomish woman.
She puts away her paperwork, sealing up a number of them and a number of them being sent off with couriers. The gnomish woman looks over towards you and she says, "Which hand do you prefer most, my good friend?"
I would extend out my right hand.
Right hand with the symbols. On the palm, she places her own palm. It's very soft, very warm. And you see what looks to be an enchantment take place. You display what looks to be a number of commands for the two death row inmates. You have 3 commands: restrain, silent, and kill. For each of them.
Interesting.
You have displayed yourself as trustworthy enough to have this authority over the inmates. Since you were so quick to defend them, you would be so quick to make judgment upon them as well, I hope.
I would look over towards the dragonborn and the half-orc woman, and I will say aloud and say, yes, allow me to affirm my initial judgment. This will I think this will be the best for us. For all of us. It's a lot to take in at the moment.
Then, Isaiah, I propose our interview is done. Do you have any questions for us now?
I will withhold any potential questions I may have until my return.
Then, Isaiah, I hope you get much rest before your journey, because it will be longer than it seems. The mind plays tricks upon you amongst the wastes, and Chirraku seems to change anywhere you go. We will invoke a number of enchantments and provide you with a number of things to help your travels. Feel free to navigate the city as you see oh so pleased to do so under our wonderful Aslam Darai. And we hope you continue to have a wonderful stay here in Chirraku.
And I
You see a
will.
number of the council members just leave.
I assume I can take the prisoners with then?
The prisoners essentially get escorted to what looks to be a cell where they will be staying for the time being.
Oh, until I'm ready to go, essentially.
Yeah, well, for the time being, until the council, yeah, you'd assume they'd be reconvening when your departure is needed. You can visit them if you wish to.
Do I visit them now? That's a good question.
You do see Malice and Joy basically not even like bother with the staircase. They just jump down from the podiums up above and go over towards you. A number of councilmen and audience members, take in the sight. Some of them applaud. A number of them look at you distastefully, and some of them seem head over heels for you.
Tight. As Malice and Joy approach, I will say in a hushed tone, I'll say, "How did that go? Did I sound like a complete idiot?"
No. You were great. To talk shit to Tombmaker like that in front of his face, and then get awarded with a means to restrain and take him out altogether, that's a blow to the ego, big time. And I'm sorry, Malice, he does suck. He's like, no, yeah, my dad sucks. That was great. I wish Oslam was here to see that, and Ion and everybody. That would have been awesome. But it seems like I don't know what the fuck you're doing with the Kopesh. That's crazy shit. But I guess keep doing it, I guess.
Thank you, Joy. I appreciate your words of encouragement. They do mean a lot. Yes, I definitely took some risks with this council meeting. I simultaneously knew what to expect and didn't know what to expect. It felt like I knew I was going to be questioned, but at times it felt like kind of felt like a stick up. Like there was not really a way of winning from the jump. But it is just a council meeting after all. It's hard to change the minds with just a quick conversation. So I guess let's let the actions speak for themselves. And let's get ready to deal with some hags. As far as I understand, I can take up to 10 individuals with me. You two are two, and I think I would enjoy your assistance with the journey. The other prisoners would make us 5 total. I would assume that Amun may be back for this journey. I haven't seen him in a minute, so who knows? But let's see, who else could I even potentially get?
You see, as you're considering your possible companions, Joy looks over towards Malice, and Malice says, "I'm definitely coming with you." And Joy immediately says, "You are not coming with us. Your dad is going to be in the company. You cannot be there with him." And a small argument begins with them, with the debate on whether or not they could handle being in the same room together. Malice looks at you and he says, "Isaiah, you need to listen to me. In the desert, a geomancer is your greatest asset. We can traverse the wastes faster than anyone in the world. 2 of us has never been seen before. You need to trust me on this. I can handle it.
I look over
I
to.
also
Sorry, go ahead.
don't trust him with you." Yeah, I don't trust him being alone with you.
I look over to Joy and I would say, Joy, state your case as to why you think Malice shouldn't be an accompaniment with his father.
He says he will be fine, but those who burn with passion, like him, especially around someone like his own father, Tombmaker is... Okay, this is how it works. Tombmaker loves to fight, and it's his greatest feature about him, and it's also the worst part about him. He doesn't have a moral compass in that sense. If you are display yourself to be strong, Isaiah, there's a good chance that he's at least going to want to spar with you. And then as things get a little more bloody and dangerous, it doesn't end there. And Malice looks and he says, "And I will handle that. I will handle that. We can handle him all together. You have a geomancer on your side. It would be foolish for you not to bring me."
Are we still
You're standing in the center still. Like, people are Miranda, like, leaving, going around. So you're in a very crowded area as we speak.
okay? Did I catch? Did Malice and Joy fail the zone of truth check? Because they're on the podium with me now.
Yeah. If you do that, I'll say that they'll enter it. Yeah.
And do they have? Did I get the idea that they ever lied at any point?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
At this point in time, no lies have been said. They both seem rather confident in their opinions here.
I would look at both of them and I would say, I think there's a way where we all can get what we want and still be able to make this mission happen. I'd look over to Malice and I would say, Malice, what is your relationship with the gods?
Malice looks at you curiously. He shuffles around, like, uncomfortably. Come on, Isaiah, it's not like... It's a different thing for me. You need to understand. We are sorcerers. While we are gifted by the gods, I do not give more than a regular person's worship to Solbeck, Horus himself, Iset and Thoth. I do the rounds, but I don't have a strong connection with either of them, like a Topper worshiper or anything cleric-wise. All of my power comes from me.
I would look over to I would look deeply into Malice's eyes and I will say, Malice, that is completely fine, and that's your choice, and you have that very right to have that stance. I just wanted to clarify because I don't want to have to be worried about you on this trip. Joy does not want to have to be worried about you on this trip. And so, to make our concerns go, I have a proposal. I will allow you to come with me on this mission with your father on the condition that you promise that, unless told otherwise, you do not engage with your father in any violent manner whatsoever.
You see him stand forth, one hand behind his back in a salute military formation, and placing another hand upon you. You see Joy look behind his back to make sure that he's not crossing his fingers. I swear to you, Isaiah, I will not start a fight with Tomb Maker. If violence ever comes across the two of us, it will be me restraining or putting him in his place.
And then I will look over to Joy, just a glance, not really long. Then I would look back to Malice. I would take out my Kopesh, and I would say, then if you will, could you please put your right hand on top of this blade?
He puts his hand upon the blade.
And I will look at Malice and I will say, in the name of Neith, as Isaiah her chosen, let these words bind as the webs she has woven. And I will take what he said and make that a obligation of his, as the Kopesh glows with little yellow lines in vague homages to webs, and they will travel throughout the blade and go onto Malice's hands and make that small but familiar spider glyph on the top of his right hand. And it will glow for just a small second, and then it'll disappear into his skin.
And so he is sworn. You see a look of amazement on a number of individuals walking by, and Malice and Joy themselves. How long have you been able to do that, Isaiah?
I would look down at the blade and where once Malice's spider glyph was, and I'll ponder. I'm not entirely sure when it happened, but when you remain true to what you believe for so long, you realize that your capabilities extend further than your own understanding.
Well,
and I'll put the Kopesh back.
Okay. See this, Joy? And he raises a hand towards her. I'm coming. I'm gonna come.
Oh God! Oh God! I take it back! I take it back!
And Joy just kind of looks worried, but relents a little bit in her pursuit to avoid a travesty, more or less.
Yeah.
All right, but if he finds a workaround, Isaiah, it's on your ass. All right?
Oh, yes. I have to be accountable for a lot now.
A orcish woman comes up to you, Isaiah. And she waits to introduce herself, and once the conversation stops between Malice and Joy and you, she makes herself known. She's dressed rather humbly. She's more or less wearing nothing but rags, and she has a small orcish babe in her arms. And she looks over to you and she says, "My, my lord Isaiah, if I may call you so, from Pharos? Pharos? Is that how you say it?
Yes, it is. It is called Pharaohs.
Me and my family, we live in the goblinoid uh, neighborhood. We don't like to call it a ghetto, but it really is. Um, I was hoping you could take a look at my child, since I heard your healing was so prominent."
I would look to the hag and to the child itself, and I would like to make an insight check just to see if I could suss anything out. This is not something I've experienced before, so this is just a little, just vaguely off-putting.
You roll an insight check.
I got an 11.
An 11. This baby, orcish in appearance, looks to have some type of strange infection going on, where there's like a calcification of flesh, like the flesh upon its arm going up its shoulder and onto its face, causing it to whine and cry a bit, is beginning to turn into rock almost, and is sore around the edges of the infection and spread so on and forth. And the baby seems to be fussing and in distress and seems to have issue with it, but the mother herself doesn't seem to have much insidious motive, more so just reaching for straws at this moment in time. You get the feeling that she's been trying to cure this kid for a while and has chanced upon you during the city council meeting, which isn't really a city council meeting, but a very special meeting for you.
Yeah. Can I make a medicine check to just see if I recognize the disease or know any further details about it?
You may do so.
Okay. Fuck. 6 total.
6 total. Yeah, it looks really strange. Like, the most prominent scarring you ever see is those who have traveled the Duat to go to the underworld in the mansion of Osiris to become almost afflicted with some type of psoriasis caused by the Duat sands in a most non-lethal manner, given the fact that the actual highway itself is meant to be as clear as possible, but still afflicts people. This is nothing like that. This is clearly something that is active and alive and spreading on this kid.
I would reach out and put a hand on the babe's arm, and I would say just a small prayer to Horus to give this babe strength, and Neith to bind what is being undone, and channel 5 healing points from my lay on hands pool as I say this prayer.
When you mention Neith, you feel a warm hand upon your shoulder. You look and you don't see Malice or Joy applying it so, but you feel the motherly presence of those past mothers who have made great sacrifices for their children, and you crumble away this rocky virus upon this child. And No words can describe the noise that comes out of this orcish woman's mouth as she is so utterly destroyed by this joy. Ironically, joy destroys her with magic, eviscerating her for touching you. She is so grateful for you. I knew it! I knew it! I knew you would be something different, after all. You are nothing but good. Your blessings upon you. She begins to kiss you all in the face, all over the place. She's grabbing you and overpowering you, hugging you. And she invites you over for dinner towards the house, if you would be so inclined.
I would take a free dinner. I would definitely take a free dinner.
She gives you the address to go to within the next 4 hours or so,
Nice.
as your midday meeting is dispelled.
Okay. Then I would start devising my roster. Malice, if I can spell. Malice, Joy, Tombstone.
Tombmaker.
Tombmaker.
We don't want to get
My
sued.
bad,
We don't want
my
to get
bad,
sued.
My bad. Marvel, no! No!
Oh, God. That dude would be sick to have on your team, bro.
Yeah.
Tombstone's crazy, dude.
Gosh, that's funny. The half orcish woman that's in jail.
Cleo.
I would assume Ion. I would assume. Can I or can I not assume that Amun is a part of this group?
I will allow you to put him on the roster. It'll be until you decide to go on this mission itself. Keep in mind, you don't know what the hags are doing. They might not be doing anything other than just killing people.
3, 6.
Or they might just being bored.
Myself, so that's Isaiah. Then I got. I wonder. And I wonder. I think I'll bring with Oslam. 3, 6, 8. Does taking. Do I know where my bird fella friend is? Not Tink. The
You're familiar?
familiar formerly known as Tink, but the electric bird.
Oh, Lyman, the
Yeah.
bat. Neither of them will count as companions,
Okay.
I will say, as they are more in familiar form. But you're sure as shit he's coming with.
I know that he said it was a couple of days, but I'm not I don't remember how much time has passed and since I made this request. But I know that Amun was working on making Mowgli back into his familiar bear form. Do I know if he will be ready in time, or is he not going to be ready in time?
You don't know, because you have not touched base with Amun for a while. You will have to actively make that decision.
Okay. Then, yeah, that is my list. I got Malice, Joy, Tombmaker, Cleo, Ion, potentially Amun, myself, Oslam, and Lyman. Cool. Then, with that, I will. I will go to the orcish woman's place for dinner.
And in that time, we will take a short break then.
All right. Oh, yeah. So let me get some of that good din din.
Isaiah, you make your way towards another area of the outskirts of the city. Nowhere near the metropolitan area, the tradings, merchants, towards a neighborhood of what seems to be goblinoid individuals. They are not well off, but they seem to have a strong sense of individuality and deep pride in shenaniganery and tomfoolery. The moment you make yourself known here, you obviously catch eyeballs. People are staring at you. They're the kids they look you up and down, trying to hustle you here and there. You catch more than your fair share of individuals with their hands on your coin purse before you give them that rock eyebrow raise, and they just hands above head, behind their head, and they just smile at you with toothy grins and keep going about their business. This wonderful woman makes herself known as Gallisto.
Callisto.
She is a single mother, and she has provided you with, quite literally, an entire pig that has been roasted at this point in time. A number of mashed potatoes with a homemade type of gravy. And she, at this point in time, has dressed herself up in her finest regalia of a bow up in the hair. Did you want to invite anybody else to this dinner?
Gosh, I would invite Malice, Joy, Oslam.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if you invite Aslan, roll me a persuasion check.
I will not. I will not invite Oslam. I'll invite Ion. And if Amun's around, no, I'm not. I'm not in the mood with Amun right now. It would just be Ion, Malice, and Joy.
Okay. You invite 3 other individuals, and she will make it known. Her house is a shack. It is just shambles. Like, there is one stone wall and a collective of wood that has been adorned to essentially make up the rest of the house that is not there. You do see that as more people walk in, she exits the house, goes to her neighbor's house. You hear wood breaking all over the place, screams in Goblinoid and Orcish, and she comes back with newly made chairs. And promptly bends the nails so they don't go into any asses, and gives you guys some chairs.
God bless.
Your dinner, we don't have to act it out as a scene, but is very humble, and she asks you questions about you, like who you are, what it's like in Pharos, and Ion does the same thing. She asks this lady the same thing. She asks her how she's able to make chairs so well. Joy and Malice just kind of laugh and chuckle to themselves based off of both of their matching personalities being so similar to each other. And at some point in time, this woman asks you, my wonderful savior, you saved my child without a second thought. A prayer, and she's had a few glasses of wine at this point in time, and moonshine, and
Jeepers.
looks at you with kindness and love on her heart. How is your relationship with your mother?
Jeez. Think back to when I had seen her last, technically being in the cruel hag's vision of that was me with blood dripping down my face, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so having my mom see that despite her not necessarily recognizing me, and then I think back to some of my last wholesome moments with my mom prior to my mission in Jabaxi, which inevitably ended with me crossing the sea to Salia. I would look towards the orcish woman and with a pained smile, I would just kind of say, it's it's complicated. Um, there is a lot of love there, but it has been strained for some time now for reasons that are both bigger than me and her. And I believe I will see her at some point here soon, but as has been something I've been accustomed to for a while, the closer I seem to get to Pharos, the further away I seem to get from Pharos. Um, obviously, kind of referencing the new mission that I've been put on, but granted, I don't know if that orcish woman was even at the council meeting or if she just showed up after the fact, but
She was.
okay.
She was there.
Yeah, so she knows that I have to go on this mission to stop these hags and all that. So she kind of understands that that wasn't initially in the cards for me, but it is something that's now something that I have to do. So yeah, I would say that, sadly, but still trying to enjoy my meal. I would try to clock and see how everyone else reacts when I tell the story about the relationship with my mom.
Ion looks at you with sympathy, as does Malice and Joy. The Orcish woman, she understands it drunkenly and just rests a hand on your shoulder as she leans a little bit too hard, not realizing that she's swaying a little bit too much, and just says, "We do anything for our kids. It takes a lot for a mother to abandon a child. Lack of sleep can get you close, but a good mother always finds a way to raise a good boy. You're a good boy."
I
And
would
she,
I would try to sell the idea that she's bodying this speech, and that her drunkenness is not making her slur or say kind of weird stuff. And just say, thank you, I appreciate this. And I'm very appreciative of the meal that you prepared tonight. We can't say enough good things about how great this pig is. And these mashed potatoes, I mean, come on.
Ion fervently nods her head and is gorging herself on more pig. Malice kind of looks at the mashed potatoes with one of his spoons and like digs in there, and he finds like a rat tail, and he's like, "Oh, yeah, fantastic potatoes, right, Joy?" And she's gorging herself on pig as well. Mm-hmm. Mm. Unless you have anything else, the dinner concludes.
Yeah.
She invites all of you guys to stay the night if you wish so, as the nights are a little bit cold, and everyone besides Ion declines. But looks at you.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, roll an insight check.
Yes. That'll help. 11.
Malice and Joy look at you with the idea that they're like, "You don't want to fucking stay down here, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. She doesn't have furniture. This is a straight up rat infested trash ass neighborhood. This is the bayou almost, bro.
Okay.
Like you gotta go. You
Okay.
gotta go, bro.
Okay. I will stand
You got
up
things to do.
and I will look towards the orcish woman. I'll nod and I will say, "Pardon me, but while I would love to stay, it is about that time for me and my companions to rest before the big mission. Um, I'm sorry. I don't believe I caught your name. I want to be able to recall a name when I think back on how lovely this meal was."
Gallisto.
Gallisto?
Gallisto.
Okay. And I would say, Gallisto, it was a pleasure for the meal, and it was a pleasure to be able to help you and your child. And I wish you a wonderful rest of your evening. And I will begin to take my leave. I would try to pack like a Tupperware of some of the mashed potatoes.
That's fine. Yeah, you can find a bowl
Yeah.
and maybe something to cover the bowl with to get
Yeah.
the mashed potatoes.
Yeah, just aluminum foil in the drawer. It's gotta be. Gotta be
Isaiah, give me a perception check real quick.
Yeah. 13.
Over by the doorway, you haven't seen him for a little bit, but the little baby boy makes himself known to you. He's over by the door frame. He's in his diaper, cloth diaper, pinned up in the middle, and he appears to have a bottle in one hand
And
drinking
a
out of
Glock
it.
in the other.
And he has your Kopesh in the other hand.
What the
And
fuck?
He just goes, ugh. And suddenly everybody looks at that kid and they look at you and they back up. Ugh.
I would recall my Kopesh from the baby.
You recall your Kopesh from the baby, and the baby comes with it, Isaac. And magically, this Kopesh comes startlingly fast towards you. Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh gosh. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Wait a second. Hang on. Hang on. Would you say that this is a harmful effect that targets only me?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Then let's make it a... Yeah, it's a plus. Oh, okay. It's still not that great. It's a 10 total.
It's a 10 total? Okay. You take 5 points of slashing damage as this baby's impossibly potent life force throws off the collection of the Kopesh, causing it to collide into your shoulder, and suddenly this baby is being flung into the air of this shack, and in a slow motion form is floating and basically flying, and is going to crash into what seems to be a lethal amount of nails and screws in a box not too far away from here. You lurch in pain from the Kopesh striking you. What do you do as this baby soars over your head?
The baby's still holding on to the Kopesh. And
The baby's let go and he's flying. He's flying towards danger as we speak.
I'm trying to catch him. I'm gonna try to catch the child.
All right, roll me. I will say athletics.
This is going to be... If I kill this fucking baby, oh, I'm gonna be tight. Jesus. Mary.
No.
Joseph. That is a natural 2 for a 6.
Isaiah, I'm gonna say in character, you're gonna do what you can to make sure this kid does not collide with this auspiciously placed large box of nails and other sharp
Knives,
implements, knives. You know, this house
needles.
is terrifying. There are sharp objects everywhere. The fact that this kid is alive right now is a miracle. The kid is this boy is he's born to destroy the world, you think,
Oh my
in your mind.
goodness.
You see Joy and Malice, they're reaching out, but you're closer, you're faster. Ion looks like she's ready to stomp this kid because it looks like to her this kid just struck you with a Kopesh. So on one hand, Ion is punching towards this child, and she strikes you in the face as you move your body in the way for 5 points of damage. You land on the box of nails for 2 points of piercing damage.
So I take 7 points of damage right there.
Ion jostles a tooth. Your blood and spit goes across the walls. Joy looks at this moment in time in horror, and Malice himself has like anime heart eyes over Ion doing something so cool.
God damn it.
As you land in a box of nails, keeping the child afloat in your gauntlet. The kid going, "Woo!"
Fucking hell.
The mother does not stir. She is abiding in a drunken sleep at this moment in time.
I would like to wrestle this baby.
Okay. You
And
wrestle the baby.
I would like to tuck it into bed.
You find the crib. Far better made than anything else in the house, wonderfully enough. You tuck this child in. He's strong as hell, but you manage to get him all swaddled.
Okay. Maybe get him a bottle of milk. I don't know. Do they got Similac in this joint?
Yeah,
Give-
he had a bottle of something.
Yeah. I'll give him his bottle, and I'll have Malice and Joy come in here, and while the mother is passed out, me, Malice, and Joy will sing a very soft tune to the baby to help the baby sleep.
Give me a performance check.
Can I say that I'm being assisted?
Yes, advantage.
Oh yeah, baby! Natural 19 for a 22.
22. You lull this great beast into a slumber.
Oh.
You don't know how he did it. You feel like you'll never know. You feel like this kid is destined for something great and terrible at the same time. And you pray for anybody who comes to odds with him.
Let's see here.
Malice is doing his best to restrain Joy. Oh, fucking God. He's like hanging onto her and sliding while she's walking forward towards this baby's crib, and he's putting 2 feet on the door frame to hold her back barely. No, Joy! Joy, get her! She's so strong! And Joy is also dogpiling this kid. Baby wants to go. He's not too young.
What the fuck? Oh man. Let's see here.
We finish fights, Isaiah. We finish fights.
I was thinking about casting ceremony on the kid, but there's not really anything applicable that I would want to do.
Coming to age. Less than a year.
Yeah. He's gonna hit his stride here really quickly. No, can I make actually an insight check to see how this baby got this Kopesh off me?
Yeah, roll an insight check.
10.
10. You have a feeling that when you bumped it a few times at the table for dinner and you unbuckled it from your waist to cause it from, or to keep it from like jostling about during dinner, that the kid literally just probably, got off the table itself when after the mom was making him do a little dance and just like walked over there, and you see a number of things that have been chopped up in the house itself by the Kopesh. So nothing diabolical, well, something diabolical, but nothing out of ordinary.
Okay. Cool. Then, yeah, in that case, I guess I'm not terribly concerned. I will probably, just for the purposes of respect and courtesy, I think I'll probably carry carry Glisto to her bed, and tuck her in and get her like a cup of water for her.
Yeah.
Since she's out cold from too much wine, too much Chardonnay.
You get the idea that she doesn't get a lot of company, and this was a big night for her, especially with the regaining of her child's health.
Sweet. Yeah, once she's tucked in, I'll look over to Malice and Joy and Ion, and I'll nod to all of them, and I'll say, we may depart, and I suggest we all get a good night's rest, and be ready for tomorrow, because I'll look over to Ion now. I'll be like, if history serves us right, these hags are not a joke.
She takes that with utmost seriousness, and you guys move forward in the night. Is there anything Isaiah would like to do in the middle of this night? And where are you staying?
I'd probably go back to the temple. I would journey back. That is kind of my base of operations, is where I do my own thing, and yeah, it's just, I mean, that's what makes sense to me. I would go back to my room and say my evening prayers. I think now, where once I mostly prayed to Horus and Osiris, I would now be integrating Neith into my prayers. So I have, in a way, my Holy Trinity that I say my prayers to, and I would set out I still have my symbol of Horus, the eye, and then I think I have a symbol of Osiris as well. I'm not too sure, but I would try to make a makeshift symbol of Neith as well, and just make a little ritual circle similar to how I used to do it in Salia, and just say my evening prayers to them three, asking for good fortune for tomorrow, to look over Malice as he overcomes being surrounded with his father, Ion the strength to resist any potential offerings of cheese, and for Amun, because I have plenty of questions, and he has a lot of explaining to do. So yeah, just pray on the things that I anticipate going forward. Not necessarily in the way of like I anticipate them being a problem, but I do anticipate or end up praying for the most favorable outcome related to those things. So yeah, I would do that before I head to bed. Maybe pat Lyman on the head if he's anywhere nearby.
Lyman makes himself known to you by ambushing you the moment you walk into the room, covering your eyes and trying to blind you as best he can. He's like punching you in the head with all of his might. That just kind of just ends up being like a soft pat.
Yeah.
You feel his great lightning powers shocking your hair and causing it to go very staticky. And you realize how long your hair and beard have become over your journey here. You're looking like a young grandfather time, as we should speak.
Mm. Yeah, Isaiah's not gotten haircuts, has he?
No, no, you have not.
I may have to have a pamper day.
The monks uh, check up on you here and there, and they bring you water and food or whatever you ask for. I would say that some of them would join you in prayer when they see you doing so during your ceremonies. And eventually, Oslam Durai, word of him returning, has also hit the streets and hallways of this temple.
Hmm. Does Aslam Durai find us?
He does not go out of his way to find you. You see him pass by the hall with a number of monks following suit, giving him information and taking information here and there, but he does not stick around too long. He seems to be going to his quarters.
Okay. In that case, I'll still continue on with the prayer, and I will take my rest.
In the middle of the night, Isaiah, your door opens.
Do I wake up when I hear this?
You most certainly do.
What do I see in the doorway, if anything?
You see one of the monks at your door. Dwarven, powerful looking, one of the more battle-worthy martial monks. And he looks over towards you, Isaiah. He's got a bald head, a short beard, and he says, "Honored one, Amun has sought your appearance."
I would look over to the monk and I would say, my immediate presence, or can this not wait till the morning?
He is in the map room. He has items for you, an inventory that he needs to give to you before he leaves.
I would then depart. I'd get my shirt on, my pants, trousers,
Okay.
and I don't think I would go with anything else. I don't think I need weapons or armor when seeing Amun in the middle of the monk temple at night. I feel like I would have the idea that it's safe enough to just go in formal wear, just clothes.
That would be more than likely accurate when it comes to him. You go straight to the map room. Inside, waiting for you is Amun with a very, very large box. About human size or so. A number of different tomes. And what looks to be a incredibly large chest as well. Well, I shouldn't say incredibly large. It's a decently large chest. He looks at you and he looks a lot better. He looks like he's definitely gotten his stride back. He looks more energetic than before. He himself has at this point in time given himself a haircut. His beard itself has been shortened down to what looks to be a mustache and a shorter chin beard that goes underneath his jaw, and looks at you, and he just smiles like an uncle that's about to tell you a shitty joke.
I would walk up to him and I would say, while it appears you come bearing with gifts, I'm just gonna cut straight to the chase and say that the greatest gift you could potentially give me right now in this moment is the gift of why you took the rib bone and ventured off and out of Chirraku without telling any of us, and no no warning whatsoever what your intent may be. We're not entitled to everything we're doing at every moment, but what you did was significant and consequential and uh, a little shady, I'll admit.
I he looks at you when you say shady, and he's like, "My lord, the honored one calling the dearest protector of Raw shady? Do you know how ironic that is?" Isaiah, I bring you boons of my, I guess you could call them adventures. My good friend, I have for you a number of gifts. Yes, I did steal the bone, but I also stole a lot of other things from other people to bring them to you. And I provide you with a number of payments, my friend. So, what have you been up to? I heard you had yourself a little show with some higher ups that were not Aslam.
Yes. Well, we obviously had everything related to the blood cultists and their misdeeds, and those were dealt with. But just prior to that, I was summoned to a council meeting to testify on behalf of my business, my purpose, and my relationship with you was called into question. Um, they wanted to know all of the nitty gritty, let's say, about who we are and what we're aiming for, and so now we have been designated for a mission to take on some hags that are attacking outside the desert of Chirraku. Um, and we are being asked to bring some death row inmates with us to accompany us on this little adventure. One of those being the father of our dearest boy, Malice, and the other being a half orc woman named Cleo, who is a member of a family who deeply follows Set. So that's what's been going on with me. A lot of talking.
Well, that is very strange form of getting something done, I suppose, but I won't say that I am not unusual in my own self. I have some more important things to bring up, and he walks over towards the door to the room and shuts it. Seals it nice and tight, and then he even puts cloth alongside the bottom so that nobody could leak anything in or possibly listen into.
Okay.
So, how about this? We play a little game. You choose which one you want to look at first, and I'll tell you how I got it.
I'll slowly nod and I'll look over. They're all in this chest, correct? Or they're laid out?
Large box, chest, and book of, well, a number of tomes.
Okay. Let's go to the box first.
You go to the box, you point at it. He looks over towards you, and he throws you essentially a pry bar.
Okay. So it's like a big wooden box.
Big wooden box.
Okay. I'll try to pry it open.
The moment you pry it open, the lid falls down. Inside, you see a very, very old, worn out, gleaming on the some spots here and there when the lines from the flames just shine upon it. You see a large suit of plate mail, golden in color,
Oh shit.
with the sigil of Ra upon the breastplate.
Okay, I would take that out and I would say, did this come from your personal closet or how did you procure this?
This one was difficult. It was a gift to me long, long ago, but it wasn't anything that I would ever have worn myself. The gesture was what it was for, but it did belong to someone in my past. A uh, a gift that I give to you, Isaiah, and it is a full plate mail set that is resistant to radiant damage.
Mmm. Plate mail. I don't suppose that there's
There might be.
a plate mail that says resistant to radiant. Mithril. Oh wait.
There might be.
Force resistance. I
We'll
see a
find one eventually.
actually. Oh, I might have found it. Armor of radiant resistance plate.
And there you go.
Add to equipment. Boom. Holy shnikey, that makes the AC pretty nice. Pretty nice.
With
Not
with
going
that
to lie.
mechanical understanding, yeah. Amun looks at you. He points out how it works. You know, it's very old style plate mail, so the leather straps need to be replaced, which can be done, in a day or so. Basically, it's ancient beyond measure, so it's got some work that needs to be kinked out and such. But eventually, you know, it'll be up and running within a day, basically. Uh, Amun looks over towards the chest. I'll spoil this one for you. This is the next payment you have to provide that tabaxi that's working on your gauntlets of inventory, I suppose is the best way to describe it.
Yes.
I've done a lot of headhunting and a lot of stealing of golds from the individuals that no longer need them out in the wilderness is the best way to describe that.
Can I make an insight check? What the fuck is this guy saying?
Uh, roll insight.
19 total.
You know that he's been doing favors for the council and, well, Chirraku at large, and you have a feeling that a number of these things have come from his explorations, and he's probably stolen from a number of very rich individuals that are definitely going to want to get a comeback from this.
What a guy. Okay. Then, what else did he bring?
The other thing is a number of tomes. One tome is very much so separate from the other. But if you would be so kind as to type into D&D Beyond the Tome of Leadership and Influence.
Okay. Yes, I can do this. D&D Beyond. You said Tome of Leadership and Influence?
Yes.
This book contains guidelines for influencing and charming others, and its words are charged with magic. If you spend a certain amount of hours over a period of 6 days or fewer studying the book's contents and practicing its guidelines, your charisma score increases by 2. Sorry. Your charisma score increases by 2, as does your maximum for that score. The manual then loses its magic, but regains it in a century. Holy shit. Amun, where'd you find this? Where'd you find this tome?
If you look towards the sky, the sun bears down upon all of us. But in this desert, I don't believe its light could even reach us. And it made me wonder, why display such a thing in the sky? And after a while, I searched it myself, and I found that I was staring at not the sun itself, but a large structure. Turns out they have a spellcasting college up above. And I may or may not have had a couple of winged individuals bring me up to this spellcasting university. And after some sneaking around, I found something I had not seen in a long time. These tomes are powerful, Isaiah. And it seems like they had uncovered them without knowing what they truly were. Now you're probably asking me, great Uncle Amun, why have you bestowed to me these great gifts so prominently? And he gets a little louder over this, and then he gets very quiet. It's because, Isaiah, I need you in top form. When we get to Pharos, even the road to getting to Pharos is going to be filled with lots of difficulty. You and me know this well. I don't know much about this leader of Pharos at this point, this Adalia, this speaker, but if she is anything like I've heard from these people, then she will be powerful, and she may stand against us in the act of reformation. So, I think that if she's going to try to kill you, we should make that problem as prominent as possible and make you very, very persuasive in the best sense. If we get the people on our side and she loses support, that's the best victory we can possibly get. But if she decides that she will go full dictator, we'll take her down ourselves.
Well, in hindsight, so just to clarify, Amun, do you have the rib bone still?
He produces it.
Okay. Okay, well, I apologize for my harsh assessment. Admittedly, I saw you through the map, and so when I saw you out there with the rib bone on your little escapades, I miscalculated and thought it was a bit more nefarious than obviously what it actually is. So I apologize for that. But nonetheless, I appreciate these gifts, and you are right that the road to Pharos will probably be arduous, as it has been thus far already. I definitely recognize that there will be many obstacles, and I appreciate your aid in helping me overcome them.
He looks at you with a bit of understanding. Honored one, he sarcastically says, a little bit. I have been on the both ends of a revolution before. Not by my own hand did I start the first one I was part of when the Magi were oppressing the people and the pharaohs needed to be stopped. We did so. And when I was centuries older and sitting upon the throne of Jabaxi myself, I was on the other end of a revolution. And not too shortly after that, the end of Jabaxi had come, as we had known it in the old world. I have no interest in ruling Jabaxi ever again. And if that is where your motivation lies, I will do everything in my power to make sure that you are given good counsel, which is the thing I lacked most. I do not believe that the Sedalia is going to surrender the throne, even if it is not a direct throne she sits upon the nation anytime soon. A lot of her is shrouded in mystery from what I know, especially here. And I don't imagine you would know too much from your short time being in the military. But I do know that these hags are plotting something. That's what I've learned. They have fingers in every great city in Jabaxi, it feels like. How much control they have is probably not very easily measured, but I know one thing is that we're going to be their end. And they're just small fries when it comes to Set himself. If you give me enough time, Isaiah, even if you help me, we can find something here to put an end to Set forever. All I'm asking is for you to trust me. And I guess Ion in extension.
I stick out my hand again and I say, I promise to not doubt you again.
He grabs your hand. You feel a sense of brotherhood and fraternity. And he looks over towards the other tomes down below.
What are the contents of the other tomes?
These are all of the avatars of the gods of Jabaxi that have existed on record throughout all the history that he could find. There are journal entries, anecdotes, and a number of tales and tellings from the perspective and about these individuals, both on a event side scale, just detailing history, and a number of anecdotes from the actual avatars themselves describing what it means to become one and how it feels and how they can regulate it, the ravages it has upon the body, and the one secret that matters most when it comes to becoming one itself. The closer and closer you get to that threshold, dancing on the line of life and death, that is the one precipice that is necessary for you to become closer to the gods. And it dawns on you a little bit, Isaiah. When you were slain by Sylvan, you were as close as you possibly could be to being dead. before your soul was grabbed up by Osiris himself. You've already taken the first step. Amun himself is an avatar of Ra. And without even saying a word, you know that he wants you to take that next step. And your thoughts rest upon the Khopesh. And without a word, Amun gets up and unlocks the door.
I would take these tomes and this armor, pack them together into the box, and put the cover back on the box. Put the pry bar actually in the box, and then put the cover on the box. And then carry these contents back to my room, where I would I'd probably end the conversation with like, thank you for everything. I must think on this, just because like there's a lot being brought here, a lot to consider. Because I don't know if, while Isaiah understands the topics at a high level, it's not like been a topic he has seriously contemplated. So the insinuation that comes with being delivered these tomes is just something that he kind of needs to churn on it a little bit, with all of its promise, but also all of its implication, and yeah, I will think about this, but ultimately I will be finishing up that long rest.
The rest of your night goes freely.
Nice.
I will also let it be said that it feels like you want to leave for the hags in the next morning or the next day entirely, but I believe there is still about 3 to 4 days until your gauntlets are finished being made by Sezagura, who will also be needing the gold that Amun has provided you at this moment in time.
He needs it like right now in this moment, or when they're ready?
At some point in time.
Okay. Then how long would it be? It wouldn't take that long to deliver this chest full of gold to Sezagaru in the morning, right?
Literally an hour. Yeah, it would just take an hour.
Yeah, I would have Ion help assist me cart the treasure of gold, little small baby mountain of gold, over to Sezagaru's, and I would hand him the chest, give him the key to it, and I would insist that after a modest amount of time counting, he'll see that his payment is there as promised, and if he insists on counting in front of me, then I'll either wait for that.
He will count in front of you.
Okay.
He's going to count every single gold piece. He's very fast at counting, though, so he will not waste any time, and time will go by. Sezagura looks at you. He, raises his nose a little bit and just kind of snorts and says, 3 days. Sezagura will be done. And your gauntlets adorned.
Okay. Well, thank you for the update. I appreciate it. And I will bid him adieu.
Roll me a perception check.
Oh, okay.
While you travel with Ion.
You said insight set check or perception?
I'll take either one.
19.
Ion, is this insight or perception?
Insight.
Insight. Ion keeps looking you over and then repeatedly like tries to leave your point of view and starts writing in a book. And then she'll do this throughout the day repeatedly as she does chores with you. And she seems to eventually you guys meet up with Amun for lunch. And she does the same thing with Amun. She like looks at him for a little bit, like compares your hands and such, and she's like looking at the back of her hand, looking at yours and such. She's just taking a lot of details in order and just like excuses herself to go somewhere in a unbelievable sense, and then just like starts writing in a book.
Interesting.
She asks you a lot of questions, and she asks Amun too. Amun looks confused and doesn't really bother to answer too many more, and just kind of excuses himself. And Ion just kind of like she's acting more passive than she normally does.
I would look towards Ion and I would just say, "Hey, Ion, is there anything in particular that's on your mind?"
You see Ion in a moment in time where you guys, I'm going to say, time passes by and you guys are getting ready for your journey that you're going to have to take out into the wastes. And Ion just kind of looks a little sad. She looks sad. And she pushes forward her little book that she's been writing in, and it's a book that's blank on the cover. There's nothing in there. And she, on the inside cover, has written your name, Isaiah, the Redeemer. And down below that, she has Amun, Avatar of Ra. And then she has another name, her own, and it says Ion. But she doesn't have any surname or title afterwards. And she kind of looks at you and she just says, I am writing a book upon our journey because I feel like it's a good idea and I don't have a title or a name. And I don't know what I should call myself. And I want to earn a name for myself.
I look over to Ion and I would say, well, Ion, those surnames you gave to us are certainly flattering and are definitely true, but note that we don't necessarily go by those, and there's nothing wrong with not having a surname, but if you would like, we can certainly give you a surname. We are kind of a little band, us three, so you can absolutely use your surname to associate with us. Companion of Amun Ra, friend of Isaiah. We would be happy to be associated with someone as selfless, curious, and frightening individual as yourself. But if you insist on earning your own name elsewhere, then allow me to help you earn that name.
He looks upon the tome itself, and it's scribbles mostly. Like, the handwriting is very bad. She doesn't do writing very often. It's not a thing that she ever has transpired with, and you see her form shift for a split second very violently to the point where it shakes the table altogether and your food just rises up and lands down back on the table a little bit. And you see that her holding the form is starting to slack just a little bit too much. And she grabs her own hand and grabs the tome and just kind of... I want a name that I can earn for myself, the same way that you have, or Amun has. The most prominent person in my life is my father. And he is not a good person to be associated with, ever. In any regard. I want nothing to do with him. I understand why Malice is ashamed of his father. And he should not be judged with the same stares as this tomb maker gets, when he is so free to give cheese to kind individuals like myself. I am going to go outside of the city tonight and stretch. I trust you can find your way back to the temple on your own.
Yes, absolutely.
You can find, and she'll provide you with an address that Amun stays at near the outskirts of the city. This is where Amun stays sometimes, and he should have given this to you, but he's kind of an idiot. And she just leaves.
Interesting. That's funny.
And you're stuck with Bill.
All right. Well, awesome. Awesome sauce. Yeah, no. Definitely would cover the bill and proceed to walk out and ponder the implications of Ion's desires, what they could mean, what are the most appropriate route to take. Because I do care enough to the point where I would want to help her get her a name. If that piece of validation would help her, then I think that would be important. How I would even go about doing that, that's not necessarily... Seems ambitious, and I don't even know how to execute on the ambition, so I'll ponder on the concept of getting Ion her name. But I would return back to the temple nonetheless, and look for Malice and Joy.
As you do so, you do find Malice and Joy, and I would like for you to give me a wisdom saving throw. Once again, my friend.
Goofy bastard. All right. I'll take that. It's 22 total.
22. You feel that same overwhelming sense of love for this one particular sorceress individual come across you again, but this time you're familiar with it to a degree, so you're able to resist the charming effect that it has on all those who reach the proximity of them. Malice and Joy are attending what seems to be a meeting between mages in the temple with this woman who controls, or doesn't seemingly have capability of controlling this effect on people, this human woman who is beautiful beyond belief even without the enchantment. At this point in time, you can see that she is speaking with what seems to be a number of wizards and Malice and Joy. They're talking about a relative decline in the amount of bloodborne zealots that have found themselves so prominently in the what do you call it? Channels of law enforcement in these recent months. And once you make your presence known, they're meeting begins to adjourn, and Joy and Malice wave over in your direction, and they call you over.
I would walk over there and inquire what the meeting was about, if they had any details.
Isaiah, this is Love. I am their new master after the recent demise of my cousin Kumasi. You may call me Love, and she puts her delicate hand out.
I extend my hand and shake it. Who is Kamasi again, Ray?
Kumasi was the master of Malice and Joy who died in the pursuit of getting you guys into the city of Chirraku down in the underworld. You never met the individual. You were there for his funeral.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
He perished in keeping you guys alive, basically.
Okay.
And this woman is now their current master at this moment in time.
The replacement backfill.
Yes, backfill.
Okay, cool. I would say it is a pleasure to meet you.
Her tone, even though I can't display it, is almost velvet upon the ears. Seems like everything in her person has been created to enchant individuals, and doesn't seem to be active. It seems like her power is just ridiculously... Best way to describe it is uncontrollable, but filtered at the same time, as an individual like this would be inappropriate in some senses, but it seems like Malice and Joy do not have the effect. However, these wizards are kind of giving her looks regardless. These individuals being the same hooded and masked individuals of a certain spellcasting university that is rumored to be in the sky. They excuse themselves and at the same time praise you for your incredible display of magic down at the city council meeting, making that podium of Thoth known to the world, basically.
Very cool. It's interesting. Love.
So, Isaiah, are you enjoying your time in Chirraku?
It has been quite exhilarating. When you grow up in Pharos because of its, let's say, multicultural regions just within the capital itself, you think you get the whole of Jabaxi, and what I've come to realize is that I don't even know half a bit of it. Learning about new people, new groups, and new journeys to be had everywhere I look. But Chirraku in particular, not so bad. Cute, quaint city with its own set of problems, but that's any city, so in that sense it's not too dissimilar from other cities. But what it does have going for it is quite marvelous.
I've heard many tales of the cities outside of this one. Our own is prominently magical just due to the amount of spellcasting and, well, the number of individuals that wander into the actual desert itself. The ones who can survive such a journey all the way here tend to be some of the most powerful, so in the centuries that we have freed it from Set's cruel clutches, we have amassed a number of individuals. And recently, as of a few hours ago, Isaiah, I have a feeling that you have made a change without your even knowing. How would you like some news about your friends Met and Kel?
I would really appreciate an update on Met and Cal.
I would like to share this as a way of understanding between us. Kumasi was my cousin, and he would have given his life for anybody. The content of his character being as pure as it was. I find that standpoint to be rather foolish, as there are individuals in this world that I would never do anything for. Present company discluded from that. It seems that the Knights of Anubis, as they make regular travels upon the highway of the underworld, tend to be maimed by the sands of the Duat. I want you to know that the most recent example of this expedition has resulted in the highway being cleared. No lethality. Very odd. But given your recent track record with making change, I propose that you might have had something to do with clearing up the Duat from the highway of Anubis. Your friends, Met and Kel, and a number of other individuals who were captive of these hags that have been clearly proven to be a prominent problem in Chirraku, despite some councilmen's disagreements with proper evidence, have come to the city, and due to the efforts of Aslam Durai, have avoided a execution sentence, which might not seem like a big win overall, but it is. So, Isaiah, you are no longer alone, and once again, you have found yourself on the spotlight of many individuals' minds. Everywhere you go, you seem to bring something different. This map in this temple has caused great issue amongst certain individuals, and yet at the same time it has given us a great boon of surveillance. What will you do next, I wonder?
One step at a time. I'm just focused on the hags right now. I'm not really. I take it as it comes. I mean, this every time I go straight forward, I just veer off left or right. So, um, what comes next is I'm just as interested in what comes next as you are, because I have no idea. But I appreciate the kind words. The flattery is still it's different from a lot of the feelings that I've had in the past, and so it's still been an adjustment. So I'm trying to be grateful for them, but it's a work in progress. It's a work in progress.
I'm told that you wish to bring my students on a mission with you into the wilderness. Now, Joy, you haven't left the city in some time, and not for any meaningful length either. You will be going miles away from any type of help that we could possibly provide. Isaiah, I trust that you will be able to protect my dear Joy here, as well as Malice, even though he has a bit more experience than she does. Not much, but a bit more. And being at the mercy of his father's presence, while not related by blood, you two are related as family regardless. And part of me still wishes we could still call him Joy, despite the fact that he's made a fool of himself over these past years. I hope that you can keep my students safe while I am no longer there.
Just to clarify again, Malice and Joy are right here.
There, right here in this presence.
Yep. I would look over to Love and I would say, it's been clear to me recently that Malice's and Joy's ambitions rest outside of Chirraku long term. And it made all the sense to give them a taste of that ambition with this opportunity. So I will do my absolute best to make sure that they are safe. I believe they are more than qualified for the risk that they are assuming by going on this journey.
The training of a sorcerer is very great, especially in the company of wizards. There's a certain reputation that comes with us. And on occasion, wizards tend to have a sense of superiority over sorcerers, and vice versa. The sorcerer's name is very prominent and very powerful, which is why we wear masks upon ours. Obviously, we weren't born with these names, but we choose them depending on how a certain emotion will display themselves in our lives, whether that's in the heart of battle or when we use our magic the most. Keep in mind, my cousin was a 2-star wizard, which is a little rating system we use for our measurements of strength and deeds. Malice and Joy are both 1-star sorcerers. They have accomplished one great mission that was life-altering for both of them. I myself am a 2-star as well. I wonder what we could rate you. There are not many paladins outside of the Knights of Anubis itself, but if you would be so open to it, I would like to give you a test.
How much time before I have to depart to venture out on the hags?
You have, at this point in time, we'll say a day has passed. You have about 2 days until your gauntlets are ready. So you can leave right then, but after that, it would be like about 7 days or so.
Okay. Okay, so I have time.
Maybe 9 days.
Yeah. I'll look over to Love and I'll say, if that is no, I would actually look at her inquisitively and be like, what is the need for being rated? I'm not going to go on a baseball card or anything like that. Why does anyone need to know?
She begins sweating profusely.
Yeah. Why does people don't need to necessarily know my stats? I'm just Isaiah.
Joy and Malice lower their character cards and just kind of like, get sad. And Love just kind of looks and she says, there is a prototype card system for profiles and such for individuals, record keeping mostly, but this is mostly just to assure me and make sure that I feel confident in your strength level to actually protect my students. As you are a paladin, we do have one means of rating your level of strength. And that's, how hard can you smite, kid?
I will take this challenge on to smite whatever needs to be smited. I assume we're not in the proper location to just even act out on a test like this.
You're in the temple right now, but she will relocate you guys swiftly back down to where you guys had the meeting, actually.
Okay.
This will be later in the night, so things are cleaned up and rather cleared out besides this podium that you have made. And there's a number of dummies here and there, made out of different materials. Obviously, the first one is made out of wood. The next one is wood with plate mail inside of it. Another one looks to be made of stone. Another one is stone, ironically, with plate mail on top of it. The next one is the ironic thought of an alloyed mannequin with plate mail. And then there's a number of illusory effects that you can place upon these dummies, just like Sezagura's workshop, where you could have whatever opponent you essentially wish to choose and such. There is one particular dummy that is well untouched, and it sits with just a single gash upon its chest over by a closet and is not removed.
I would go to. I would go to any. I guess it doesn't really matter.
It might socially matter.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's a good point. I'm gonna go to the toughest looking dummy that I can find. And because it's an inanimate object, do I get advantage?
No.
Okay.
You do not get advantage.
All right.
It's still armored.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Then I'm going to. Trying to think if I really want to do this like this or if I want to try something kind of janky. Yeah, I think I'll just make a two-handed attack with the Stinger of the Web Weaver on the heaviest looking dummy. Not the heaviest, but the toughest looking one. Oh, that fucking sucks. 14.
14. The toughest looking dummy has an AC of 25.
Fuck.
So you take your Kopesh, and you feel like you're gonna lodge this thing really hard. And you just bounce the Kopesh off of it. Your hands are shaking violently with the reverberation, and it fucking hurts.
Okay. I'm gonna try it again. I'm tight about it, but I have to make this.
Malice and Joy are cheering you on, screaming, "Yeah, Isaiah! Come on, you can do it!" And Love just kind of looks at you, no emotion on her face. She's just intensely taking in your capability.
Okay. Here we go. That is even fucking worse. That is a 2 for an 11.
More pain in your hands, Isaiah. The material that this thing is made out of is different. You don't know. It's not some type of alloy you're familiar with. It looks like stone almost, or even some type of chitin, like a beetle's hide or something like that. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I'm gonna try it one last time. I'm gonna humble myself one last time, and then I'll demote myself to a easier looking dummy, because this is embarrassing. Yep, that's a natural 5. So apparently, the universe does not want me to smite the heaviest looking dummy. After I do my 3 swings and misses, I'm just gonna announce to Love. I will admit if there's something that well protected out there, I'll have to get more creative than just a sheer smite to take it out. But I never claimed to necessarily be the muscle of uh, this group. I just kind of I'm the talker normally. Uh, so yeah. But in any case, I would go to the next armored dummy, and I would try to strike that with the Kopesh. No nat ones. Come on. Okay, not bad. Not bad. That is a 22.
A 22. Isaiah, as you go to strike out at this dummy, suddenly it explodes before you even land your strike on it, and you get knocked off balance for a split second in time. And you see that Love has lost patience. Striking it with a firebolt, it lights upon the ground, and she looks rather frustrated with you. I seem to have been mistaken, Isaiah, and I apologize for this. Your journey has clearly made you capable in many instances, but I was foolish enough to believe that dummies would be enough to bring out your strength. And you see her utter a spell, and she summons a large pool of shadow across the ground. And crawling out is this large manticore-like creature. And you see Malice and Joy look over at her, and they're like, okay. Isaiah, I have summoned this creature, and it will kill you. Malice and Joy, you will not help him. And you see them both object. No, listen, we don't need to do this. He already saved Aslam. And will he save you as well? And I would need you to roll me initiative, Isaiah.
Fuck. Okay. Okay. Jeez. Okay. That's also bad. So a 4.
Okay, well, here we go. 11. So this manticore is going to... I do say, good chap, I'm sorry about this. And
Jeez.
No. He immediately widens his mouth and goes to bite you.
I dare him.
Gets a +5. I'm gonna assume you're just wearing your regular armor at this point in time. Given time to adorn it itself, he gets an 18.
Okay, so I have to equip my old armor because I did have my
Your new plate.
my new plate on. 18 would.
Give me
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I need to step away.
Do it.
Ugh.
That will hit.
Not a lot of damage. Manticore is just CR3, so it will do. That's not too bad. 11 points of piercing damage as it bites into your shoulder and just says, "Oh, you taste not so good, oh, my lord."
That's fucked up. I'll try to shove the manticore off of me as I'd not like the bite. I will. I will strike at the Manticore with 2 Web Weaver attacks, 2-handed, and gonna try to fuck him up. So double 10, so double 19s.
Both hit.
Okay, then I will get my D10. And then force damage. Oh yeah. Okay, so that's going to be 15 points of slashing damage, and then 15 points of force damage.
All right, that makes that easy.
And then I will end my turn.
The Manticore recoiling back. You're circling around each other, exchanging blows here and there. Love seems to be a little more pleased by your performance. You get the feeling that she is relatively more ruthless than a few more people, particularly Malice and Joy themselves. You get the feeling that, and I should mention that you did spy upon her with the map at one point in time when she was being assailed by mages up in the university above.
Hmm.
And
Okay.
whether or not that was part of her training program or possibly some other type of conspiracy is up for debate. But the Manticore is going to, at this point, go all out and use all 3 attacks upon you.
Fuck. Okay.
And we got... Ooh, that might not hit. No, I don't think that hits. That's a 14.
Give me a second, actually,
Oh,
because I think it does.
okay.
Yeah, it does hit. Because I used two-handed attack on
On
Manticore, so I don't have the shield out.
So a 14. An 11 doesn't hit, though, so that's good. And another 14. So 2 of these will hit. I'm going to say these are going to be 2 claw attacks. So 1d6 plus 3. That's 5 points of slashing and 8 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
So 14 points. Your turn is up. This Manticore says, I am compelled to kill you, and you may kill me. I will simply come back, so don't feel too bad about it. I hope we can meet on better terms next time.
I nod and I say, you seem like you'd be very cool to hang out with, so I'm very sorry this is happening to you. I'll take my 2 attacks on the Manticore. So one of them's a 21 and the other one's an 11.
The 11 will not hit. The 21 absolutely will, though.
Okay. I will make that a Divine Smite as well.
Okay.
So I will drop a 2nd level spell slot to roll. Where's my Divine Smite? Right up. Yep, there it is. Okay, so 2d8 and then an extra d8 for a level higher. Cool. So that's going to be 5 points of slashing damage.
All right.
2 points of force damage. 15 points of radiant damage from the Divine Smite. And Manticore doesn't count as undead, does it? Or fiend?
Nope. Monstrosity.
Okay, alright, cool. Yeah, so just 15 points, so I don't know what that is total, but...
It's a lot. It's a lot, I'll tell you that much. The Manticore definitely looks very hurt at this point. He says, good chap, I kind of want to kill you now. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I really want to kill you, actually. Just because it really hurts, but I understand. I'll just be back. I'll be fine. I'm going back to my home. Make it a good show. Do as best as you can. Just to get her off your ass. You see Love kind of react a little bit to that. I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing, my dear. How
God damn it. That's funny.
about we try something new? And you see the Manticore fly up to the ceiling. You may get an opportunity attack on him.
Cool. That'll be a 19.
That'll hit.
Okay. Then I will make this a divine smite attack.
Okay. You may. This might finish him.
Let's see here. So 3 points of slashing damage, 1 point of force damage, and then 3 points of radiant damage.
Okay. Not enough. Not enough to finish him, but you definitely hurt him quite a bit. He goes up to the ceiling and attaches himself with his claws. At this point, your smites have been shaking the entire arena as we speak. The weapons that are stabbed into the walls have been shaken loose. The tapestries revealing murals underneath have been slightly thrown ajar. And the only thing still standing from your strikes at this moment in time, not being a living individual, is the podium that's built from the ground up by your Kopesh. And the Manticore looks at you, blood dripping down its figure, smiles, and he decides to use all 3 tail spikes upon you. These have a +7 to hit.
Sheesh.
I will be using the beautiful dice tower I got from Christmas. That is garbage. I am now breaking the dice tower.
The dice tower's garbage or your rolls?
Yeah. Alright, one's an 18 on the die.
Okay.
The other was 4. And this one's a 12 +7, so 19.
Yep.
So 2 of these will hit. It is 1d8 each. So the 2 spikes come in your direction. Oh my, that's pretty good. That's 10 points of piercing damage and 9 points for 19 points total.
Ooh.
As 2 spikes lodge themselves deep into your body.
Ooh, that tickles. Yeah, that tickles. That tickles me fancy.
You see Malice and Joy looking a little tentative. They're ready to move at this point in time, just in case.
No. I got this.
But you're at an impasse. This Manticore is now 30 feet above you on the ceiling above, and you find yourself at a disparity of range at this moment.
I would look up and I would point my web weaver up towards the Manticore, and I would say, get down here and let's put on that show you were talking about. And I will cast a guiding bolt at the Manticore and try to fucking knock his bitch ass from the ceiling.
Roll to hit.
A natural 20.
Oh, there it is.
Oh man, the perfect timing. So that goes that's 4d6, so that's 8d6 now?
Oh, yeah, it is. It really is. Roll your damage, and then get ready to describe what your guiding bolt truly looks like in this moment of revelation.
That'll be 20 points of radiant damage, as almost like, I'm gonna recreate it. Think of any generic AAA blockbuster from the 2010s where you're in the third act and the protagonist, they're for whatever reason in Manhattan of all places, and they're just looking down Main Street and they see off into the distance, boom, sky beam going through the clouds. That's That is what I'm doing right now. As the tip of the web weaver, the webs are start to weave towards the tip and become more concentrated and dense. The closer and closer both edges come closer to meeting, and from the tip is just pure gold light, and it just shoots straight up in a with such a veracity and such a trail that it almost gives the appearance of a straight pillar coming straight out from the sword.
Isaiah, not only does this pierce the manticore in its entirety, this guiding bolt was so prominent, like you said, it became a pillar of light that penetrates the manticore and the arena all together, causing nothing but four limbs, a tail, and two wings to fall to the ground as its entire torso, mouth, and head were eviscerated as they separate and disintegrate back into the dimension that they were called forth to or from. All the weapons, all the chandeliers, dormants, torches fall to the ground. You shake this entire temple, and even Malice, Love, and Joy rise up from the ground just a tiny bit as the explosion hits this place so strongly.
Fuck
Uh,
yes.
Love smiles, and she simply just nods her head and walks out. And Malice and Joy just kind of look and they're like, holy shit. Whoa. There's not going to be any hags left in the world, are there?
Well, that's the hope. Uh, but I'll admit, I got a little lucky there. Made for a nice demonstration, though. I think I delivered the point. You guys are fine. We'll be okay. Um, what I can't sky beam out of this world, maybe I can talk them out of, you know, a bad situation. So I have full faith we'll be more than likely okay.
Roll me a perception check, Isaiah.
I will do this. +1. Holy shit, dirty 20.
Dirty 20. The murals that were covered up during the meeting and for an unknown amount of time are displayed to you as Malice and Joy clean up any torches that might light a fire on accident. You see one of the gods of Jabaxi battling what looks to be three other gods of a certain pantheon. One of them is wielding a spear on a horse with 8 legs and is followed with two brothers, one wielding chains and the other one with an axe. One of the brothers falls in battle to Neith himself, leaving the Jabaxi gods with the chains. All adorned with hieroglyphics, it seems like there's a little bit of a comic book strip going on here in this temple. The second mural you see is a little more telling. There is a number of things that go about with the gods of Jabaxi, but one thing that's mostly prominent is a lion god with a spear, practicing his throwing the spear up into the air and landing it into the ground. You see Anhur angering Geb by threatening his wife, the sky, and striking him with his upon his person itself. Geb sought to destroy Anhur, or at least put him in his place, even though Anhur was not seeking a battle, falling into what seemed to be a battle trance and a bloodlust unlike any that anyone has ever seen before. Anhur killed Geb. And you see the weave that Neith has created in the old world begin to unravel and a domestic war between the gods begins. Ra, mourning the death of Geb, creates a new god out of that anger, Sekhmet, or Bastet. In this case, we will be mixing the two of them. Another lion god to go strike down Anhur. Instead of doing so, finds a connection with him and joins him on his assault of the gods. Avatars rise and die. Bloodbath happens over centuries with the gods themselves, settling with Anhur being defeated by two individuals in particular. You see Nephthys and Set. Nephthys and Set take the chains from the god that was defeated before by the deities of Jabaxi, and as Osiris and Set distract him in his great power, Set takes a blow that allows his wife to restrain the god permanently in the Lake of Fire as you know it.
And just to clarify, Anhur is a Jabaxi god?
He is.
Okay.
He was the god of war in this land. On the outskirts, you see a vague description of a being not from Jabaxi that always eats and devours the fallen. You see this small hyena grow with power and size as he follows the Jabaxi gods here and there during their wars and battles. You know this tale from when you followed Mowgli into the heart of the old world and met Ion for the first time. What it didn't show is this sense of prominent brotherhood between Osiris and Set, as they were celebrated with Nephthys for defeating Anhur and bringing peace back. Still, the weave unravels and the old world rots, as Geb's death has brought ruin, and Neith has to make a decision to move forward with Jabaxi as a whole. The final mural you see is destroyed, but it shows what looks to be a few particular figures. You see a spider, you see a goat, and you see a lizard.
Interesting. For the very first mural, can I get a sense of what gods they were? If this would be the Jabaxi Ajami, or if this would be a different pantheon that I'm familiar with, or anything like that.
I will say roll me a Arcana check, if you wish, with advantage.
Okay.
As the Kopesh was very prominent in this moment in time.
That is going to be a 22.
A 22. In this case, the Kopesh, Neith herself, gives you what seems to be information that would be impossible to gain from anyone else. The three gods here are the gods Odin, Vili, and V, his brothers.
Oh, what
and
the
Vili
fuck?
was struck down by Neith herself.
Oh,
taking
man.
taking the chains that he wielded in battle for themselves.
Oh, for...
And you see Astaroth eating his body, growing in strength.
Oh, man. What the hell's going on here, Ray? What kind of sick, twisted game are you playing? In any case...
Just making it fun.
Yeah,
Just making it fun.
It's too good. It's too good. Take it back. Say Cap.
I will say it is a young Odin, Vili, and V before they're well bearded and young gods. So you can imagine in the meta sense that the others did not exist at this point in time.
Yep. These are.
But I wanted to give the brothers a shout out because they don't have any tales about themselves.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. A little forgotten. Then in that case, can I get an inside check for what the significance of these murals being here of all places could potentially be?
You may.
That will be a dirty 20.
Isaiah, there's been a long line of weaving and some symmetry and coincidences that have been making themselves known to you throughout your time journeying back in Jabaxi. Everywhere you go and you bring Neith's presence with you, you reawaken or you change things. And you feel that this mural is depicting things long, long before Jabaxi should have gone to Salia, even. At least in this first one. And it dawns on you, this place, Chirraku, is below, or it's above the underworld. Mount Baku is in our real life, the alleged location of the underworld itself. Or at least the contents of the mountain is supposed to be the underworld, where the mansion of Osiris lies.
So wait. Chirraku is still technically the underworld?
Chirraku itself is known as the City of the Dead, but that is in reputation. It's not in the Duat, but it is simply above the main entrance of the
Underworld.
mansion of Osiris.
Hmm.
It is the easiest, quick way of from A to B to get to the underworld is by traveling the highway of Anubis.
Oh, interesting.
Which is why they sent the body in funeral rites into the heart of the mountain itself with that whole event that happened a few days ago. And Isaiah, you remember that even above that, in a certain area unknown in terms of transversing, you found the old heart of Jabaxi. Something that was kind of displaced in a way with old shrines similar to this. And you get the feeling that Chirraku is probably the oldest city, if not the first city of Jabaxi. Long before any type of rulership or anything like that happened, this was a city that sends people to the afterlife, and that would be the most important thing for a society that would have mortals.
That's fascinating. Interesting. So a lot of historical relevance then, of course. Especially with stuff that like somewhat predates the origins of Jabaxi to an extent, as like probably like a formal country. Or
Everywhere you bring the Kopesh and Neith's presence, you have been repairing things that have been long lost. This podium of Thoth that has an indentation for a book or a tome sits before you in this temple of sorts that was claimed by Anhur in the days of old. You don't know anything about that time period, but you know it was claimed back by Set. Possibly back when he was still on good terms, before he became the betrayer that we know him as today.
oh shit. Yeah, there's a lot of good content here. This is good to know, but is Malice and Joy still with me?
I would say they're cleaning up at this moment in time, trying to fix things up, and then yeah, they're hanging around the perimeter talking about how a little loose, but how cool love is in terms of her, like, leadership, and her relation to Kamasi doesn't seem to be placed. But they're checking up on you. They're making sure your wounds are taken care of and such, and making sure you're cool and such.
Good stuff. Yeah, no, this is fascinating content. There's a lot of shit here. I will just depart. I don't know if I have too much I want to get accomplished before I get the bracers done. And I'm kind of just waiting on that at this point. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, that's right. Okay. I'm sorry. Totally forgot. I want to go back to the Book of Thoth podium and see if I can, or the Thoth podium, and see if I can insert the Book of Thoth into it. But I would try to go at a time where maybe the council hall isn't really active or filled with people or in like a hearing.
Okay.
If possible. And then, yeah, I would just simply... And would I take anyone with me? I think I would take Ion with me. I don't know if I would take Malice and Joy with me. And I would, yeah, proceed to the podium.
All right. I'll give you time to ruminate on what you're going to do. I'll be right back once again.
Okay.
I am being addressed.
Get dressed, whatever you need to do.
Oh, God! Okay, we're back.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
So, I was looking at murals, thought that shit was cool. Found out that Chirraku is the oldest city in Jabaxi. And now I'm currently looking to go to the podium to enter the Book of Thoth.
You take out the Book of Thoth, the Tome of Tahuti. It is in your hands. Which side do you put it in?
Wait a second. What does it look like again? What are the sides?
On one side, you have the visage of a crane-like figure. Thoth himself.
Yeah, that's right.
And then Tahuti, a baboon, on
That's
the other
right.
side.
I'm going to go Thoth side first.
Thoth side first. You place this book within the podium, and the entire arena begins to light up. Everything shakes. Lines of blue energy make themselves powerfully prominent, and Joy and Malice are shocked and terrified as you suddenly begin to rise. And you feel that because you are squished into the floor as the elevation of this arena becomes very, very fast. And then suddenly you guys are brought back up onto your feet as soon as you catch yourselves stopping in the sky itself. Isaiah, the Book of Thoth is currently glowing and open to you at this moment in time.
How do I interface with the book? Do I write what I would want to know in it?
I will say this. This book is meant for wizards. It will never be fully accessible to you as a paladin itself. There are items in this world, believe it or not, that are not accessible fully to you. I know it's crazy to think about, but you can't wield, Set's bloody mace for any reason, unfortunately, I'm afraid to say.
Why?
But there are some things that are available to you. Isaiah, you look over at your friendly individuals before you. And there is something that you can do to use this book with good measure. You essentially get a Battle Master mechanic where you can see the stats that you wish to see of a certain individual.
You can see the stats of a certain individual.
So you can see how much HP this individual has, or you can decide to see what individual stack score compared to yours looks like. So if you want to see the charisma of your friends, you can see it compared to your own.
That's actually
You
pretty
can
cool.
know, yeah, you can know if they have more HP than you or less HP than you.
Mm.
You can essentially assess through profiling the same way that this book was doing so for Anubis by bringing Kumasi into the underworld profile-wise and information-wise, just with a glance.
Oh, so it's a free action?
It doesn't, yeah, normally it would take about a minute or so to observe somebody. To do so, you can just basically hold the book aloft and Pokédex this person, almost.
And it pulls up both their health and their stats, in theory?
I will say you have to look at one or the other,
Okay.
so you'll have to spend a turn looking at one or the other.
Okay. And it's just like once per short rest, once per long rest?
You can use it as many times as your proficiency bonus allows you to.
Okay.
So your
Per long
proficiency
rest.
bonus per long rest, yes.
Okay. So I think it's a +4, yeah.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 4 right now.
Okay.
I will also say, since you did so, you level up as well. So that might be changing. I don't know exactly the proficiency bonus scaling, but we'll see.
Yeah. Okay. Dope. Beyond that, can I ask the book things to get knowledge out of it, or is that more of a you have to go to Thoth himself to get knowledge out of this?
You may ask the book itself. Depending on what it is, it might answer fully.
I would ask the book to make how do I phrase this? How does one spiritually bridge two places that are far apart geographically? And I would write that into the Book of Thoth with a little inkwell that I have. I don't think I have one in my pocket, but I would like to imagine that there are office supplies at this podium. And I would write that into the book. I don't know if I need to shut it, but I would definitely shut my eyes and contemplate the question.
As you lift the book up and you write inside of it, you don't need ink actually. You apply quill to the paper and it will write using magic itself. You ask about a very powerful spell. A spell that would be probably considered well over 9th level. The book has the formula before it. You're in luck because reigniting the old heart of Jubaxi is definitely the first good start of it. You have awakened the weave on this part of the world and brought the underworld more prominently closely connected to the living world itself as well. Isaiah, the book has whatever Thoth himself knew at the time of his disappearance and seems to be searching for his presence. Not able to locate it, it can't give you the thorough enough answer, but you see another thing pop up.
Okay.
Displayed magically through illusory script, you see that there's another prominent point that is... Actually, no, it'll be two prominent points. One of them is very obviously well known to you. There are 3 particular hearts of Jabaxi. One when the land was created through Neith, which you are upon right now. You ignited. The other one is from the time of rulership when Amun was in charge. That is currently controlled by Set himself. And the last one, which is currently the one in use, and was the only one battling the heart that Set had prominently, is the one in Pharos itself. Below the sanctum. Well below. Now, no one particular god themselves could be able to move the continents in their whole. But if you were to get, let's say, a powerful ancient relic with a number of source pulls from these gods, and a primordial being to possibly support you, that's slowly reawakening and regaining her power through every prayer and script you do, yeah, the possibility is there that if you were to take this Kopesh and lurch it into the current heart of Jabaxi, gaining power over it, one or the other, Set's or Adalia's in Pharos, you feel like through Neith you could possibly bridge the gap between Salia and Jabaxi, if that is what you're wishing to do.
I got ideas. Ray. That's all I can really say with confidence. But this does help me considerably, because this is something that has been cooking up in the brain noggin for some time. But no, this is awesome. On the next page, I would look up how to create or / manifest entire structures.
How for you, or the easiest way would be to find somebody that has the capability to generate such things. There are certain items that will allow you to create a miniature fortress if you wish to.
Yeah, I'm thinking of kind of just maybe a person. No, I think I would even an item. I think just an item, the ability to, I don't necessarily need a person per se. Because it's not something that I plan on being like, yep, I want to do this all the time. But yeah, just a one-time kind of ability thing could be cool.
You feel rumbling coming from the structure that you're in, and you know you're very high up in the sky. Malice and Joy are looking outside of this auditorium arena / deal, and is in just awestruck completely. Isaiah, as you see a number of possibilities that you wish to get done and create these structures, you see a number of lights coming from the openings that Joy and Malice are staring from, and they begin to request your presence.
Okay. Just to double check, the Book of Thoth doesn't really... It gives a list of items, that's about it.
It gives a list of items and possibilities, like, it's like, oh, you know, this, a certain level of wizard can create pocket dimensions that can create a fortress. And if you have a number of spellcasters on your docket, essentially, through this spell in particular that's been lost for centuries, with a certain amount of gold and certain materials and such, you can create large structures, far more intricate than anything and permanent that could be very prominent in whatever you desire. It gives you a flood of information that is both useful and unuseful at the same time.
Okay. Okay, cool. Then I'll make mental note of
There's
that.
options.
Yep. And then I'll proceed over to Malice and Joy.
You look outside, and this arena, this temple that you are going on, is shooting off blue and green lights, multiple different colors here and there, but mostly blue and green, down into the city themselves. And it seems like it's striking some individuals, and they look around, and you see them like get struck almost as if they're being, assailed with magical power, and then suddenly they appear to be magical themselves. And throughout the border of the city itself, you see a blue web, a protective surface covering the city itself. And Isaiah, you have quite frankly made a very big decision for the city, and you have created a protective barrier of sorts. And it's not too long until you see a number of mages flying up towards your position as well.
How
incoming lickety split.
Can I make an insight check of how I did this? Dog, I was chilling.
You can roll an insight check.
Damn you, Scuba Steve. That's an 11.
It wasn't your intention, but
yeah,
that's what this podium served as. This Battle Academy is the previous place of a point of defense for the city. You simply woke it back up.
Okay. All right, then I'll just consult with the wizards that are here.
A number of wizards show up, armed and ready, and they scream, "Get the fuck on the ground! Get the fuck on the ground!" Staffs literally beaming with disintegration magic. Some of them have crossbows. They're shooting them at your feet. Get on the ground!
I will definitely sit on the ground and chill out. I will say, with me at the center of it, I will cast...
Joy and Malice are on the ground.
I will cast Calm Emotions.
Immediately counterspelled.
Okay.
You get kicked in the face.
Oh, God.
And it's not too long until Oslam Durai himself shows up. At this point in time, Isaiah, as you have created this structure to be far more advanced than it was before, the veins of magical essence display almost everyone's magical aura themselves. Obviously, the sorcerous origins of Malice and Joy being tied to the elements, both wind and earth themselves, display themselves to be wind and earth. They seem to be gravelly and very much so prominent wind blades coming off of Joy. You yourself, your magical aura is a myriad of godly divine essence with a tiny bit of Fae from your time being stuck in Romy's Hill, which you make note of because you don't see it displayed in any type of way known to yourself. But when Oslam and the wizards make themselves known, the wizards, some of them have a strong, very subtle sense of almost an outline of magic. Different colors depending on the different individuals, Oslam, you knew his magic to be very magical and musical. A myriad of light musical notes just kind of ooze off of him. But when he walks in closer, you see a far darker, undead, draconic presence
Shit.
following him close behind.
Is it Ion? No.
No. You do get the chills when you see it, but it makes its presence known to you as the Divine General that sits in the sarcophagus down below, in the heart of the mountain, which is in strong contrast to the way that his own innate magic works. And Oslam looks at you with shock and a bit of passive consideration. Isaiah, what the fuck is going on?
It seems that I woke up Chirraku, body and mind.
He looks over at the two wizards that are standing on top of you with staves pointed at your head and heart. And he just says, "Get the fuck off him, now." Rightly dusting you off with prestidigitation. Isaiah, you have risen the current office for the council almost a mile into the air, and people are being beamed with magical energy. For some reason, eldritch blasts are shooting out into the skylight everywhere.
I can't explain it beyond the fact that I inserted the Book of Thoth into the podium of Thoth.
There is a baby assailing people in the streets with weaponry.
That is hilarious.
You see a number of the mages say, "You have the Book of Thoth? This is the Book of Thoth?" And they look at the book and they're like, "It's blank. I don't see anything." And it's very clearly unblank to you.
I look up at them and...
He's a liar. You're a liar. You're all liars. You're all under arrest. He's not under arrest. Okay, you're not under arrest. He's in charge of me.
I look up at the wizards who are kind of like staring down at the Book of Thoth, and I'll say, that's the trick about knowledge. You would never get it if you never earned it.
They cock up their disintegration staffs, they aim it at your dick.
Take a D100 to the cock.
You don't look so smart now.
Say that shit again.
And Oslam Darai dismisses them all together, and he looks at you and he says, "This has been a rough week. I think we all need to go to bed. We all need to just relax. I'm not going to go to bed. I'm going to spend a long time here and down there figuring out why our civilians are becoming more dangerous and prominently magical as we speak."
I look up at Oslam and I'll say, can I recall, where did I see the Draconic General?
You see it hovering behind him, almost like, even though you haven't watched it, like a stand in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Okay.
Just kind of mimicking his movements in this shadowy, draconic form. You don't see it directly, but its visage is there like a dark shadow. And every time you move a hand forward and do something like that, do any movement, Isaiah, you suddenly see that there's a shadow behind you as well.
I would stick my hands up slowly to show kind of like I'm submitting ultimately, even though, Oslam's like, yo, kind of back the fuck off. And I will divine sense.
Isaiah, you get the very strongest sense of both undead and celestial energy coming from the divine general behind Oslam. And behind you, you feel the strongest sense of energy from Neath and from the representative that has been protecting you from your own shadow for a long time. At this point in time, previously known as your friend Mowgli, the bear, your own general of sorts that has been leading you on this journey, has become part of you as we speak.
Holy shit. There's a lot going on, man.
Yeah, there is. You did a lot in a very short amount of time.
Okay. I didn't mean to hit all of the buttons and hit all of the light switches, but here we
Too
are.
bad.
Do I get
Too
the idea
bad.
that this Draconic General's a bad dude? Like, he just gives a bad vibe from the description.
She is... I will say roll an insight check.
All right. 22.
Her presence is known to you through the display of this arena at this moment in time, with her connection to Oslam directly as chairman. Now, you know that it's a bit of a secret thing, the mechanics of how the Divine General works, that some of the Blood Mages knew part of it. You know her surface, her body itself is in that gigantic sarcophagus on the face of the mountain down below. But you were not expecting such a nefarious and dark presence to be associated with the title Divine General. Whatever she might be, her motivation is simply to protect Jabaxi and Chirraku based off of any threat that might threaten the city and Oslam Darai itself. And the Book of Thoth makes his mechanics known to you.
Okay.
If Oslam Darai is to perish, the Divine General will stop at nothing to kill whoever kills him. It doesn't matter how many times they are slain. If that individual could possibly kill the Divine General, she will reoperate inside of the sarcophagus a year later.
Holy shit.
If Oslam summons the Divine General, the first thing that will be summoned is many of the victims, specifically worshippers of Set that have been slain by it in skeletal form.
Holy shit.
If the Divine General is needed herself, the second phase, which is the only other one, an undead Dracolich will be summoned into the world. This power to summon it only exists while he is inside of the city limits. Those city limits have been expanded as of recent, but his death, were it to occur outside of the city, would result regardless in the same. His killer would be hunted down by the Divine General, and one of them is going to die.
Holy shit.
How Oslam has come across this power, you don't know, but it doesn't seem to be tied to his innate power set by any means, which is just that of a bard.
Okay. What are the wizards doing now? Like, Oslam has told them to kind of chill a little bit. Like, where are we at?
They're standing outside, hovering ever so slightly, and just taking in notes. Like, they're trying to secure this thing. You know, they're testing things here and there. They're touching their disintegration staffs, like, upon any magical veins and getting zapped here and there. Malice and Joy are just kind of like prominently taking in the sights and just realizing they have to stop underestimating your amount of trouble that you bring into the world.
Yeah. Okay. Then. Yeah, I think I would heed Aslam's advice and just rest, because I don't even know what I can really meaningfully contribute to this whole shebang. I don't know how to turn the off switch, metaphorically speaking. Um, so I think I would just take a long rest here and let
Oh no,
every.
Aslam's gonna get you down. He's gonna get you down from here. He's gonna bring you over to another floating place. He's gonna bring you to the Squeaky Genie.
The squeaking genie.
Yeah, the bar that you first awoken in.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so I'm here, and I still have my room, as or do I not have my room? I have a different room.
Al Baroque will give you another room.
Okay. I will go to a new room and take my long rest in there. And I think while I'm in there, because you reminded me, Ray, I think I would do some manscaping, just like just clean up the hair, just
Okay.
something nice. Definitely trim the beard a lot tighter. Uh, Nothing too crazy. And then my hair, I think I would just kind of just I would think about Killmonger from Black Panther. That's the hairstyle
Yep.
I would try to cut into my hair. And then
Before or after he, I would say like early Killmonger or later Killmonger.
that's a good question. When he first is in the Wakandan throne room and he says, "Hey, Auntie."
Gotcha. All right, locked in.
Okay. Um, and yeah, I would trim my chest hair, my tummy hair, maybe a little bit of my ass hair
Look
if it's getting
around.
a little
Look
too.
around. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's just getting a little obnoxious, just take care of that. And just be cleaned up. Just maybe I take a little bubble bath. I don't think I've said I need taken a bath recently or ever in this miniseries, so I think it's important to scrub a dub now. Maybe clean underneath the nails. Um, deep clean the toes. Maybe toenail clippers as well. Yeah, just it's a spa night for me as this blue web is around the city, and a divine general almost came to rock my world. Um, that would be my decompression, my spa day.
I will say some time will pass by, and we can skip ahead to you getting your gauntlets, and at any point in time before that, we can cover without running a scene, and we can run a scene if we need to necessarily.
Sure.
I will say that you will float around in terms of your location now more than ever because you keep doing things that some people may not necessarily like, and Aslam begins to get nervous over your well-being. Uh, you don't get the idea that necessarily any of his people would come after you, but some of the mages guilds, in particular the wizards themselves that help their dealings with Love herself, become curious about your possession of the Book of Thoth. And there are whispers that they might try to claim it for themselves.
Mm, interesting.
That begins the introduction of another companion of yours. He is an associate of Al Baroque, the barkeep of the Squeaky Genie.
Yeah.
He is this goblin rogue, a older goblin with a headband on. His name is Snake,
Oh, God
and
bless.
he makes himself a very useful tool for you in terms of gathering up information, because people tend not to want to notice him being the goblin sort. He is pretty quick with a knife, and he's related to pretty much most of the little goblin crew that works here in the Squeaky Genie. Hey, Isaiah. I heard you like Euros. I'm a fan.
God damn it. I
consider myself a bit of an investigator, and I heard that it's a number of individuals that find you to be quite handsome.
Oh, well. Thank you, Snake. Thank you, Snake.
Bad at table talk.
Yeah, I appreciate the kind words, Snake. And yes, I am a deep lover and believer in Euros. It's a pleasure to meet you.
He's got big floppy green goblin ears. He's more of a lime green more than anything, like a classic goblin look. He's adorned in like some nice looking leather gear and a decently sized coat to go over these things in order to hide them, to keep them from seeming martial or anything like that. Has a collective of knives and a rather large kukri blade on his back, which, if you don't know what that is, it's almost like a curved forward short sword. Most prominently known in Resident Evil Apocalypse or Annihilation, I believe it was, whichever one ended the world. I would ask you this. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I was about to say, I didn't watch many of the Resident Evil movies, so I'm going to be, the reference goes over my head either way. I just remember the laser hallway and Mila Jovovich, that's about it.
Yeah, that was the one good thing about those movies, is that they actually saw those laser hallways and they actually introduced them to the game because they were so cool. They originated in the movies, so that was the one good thing they definitely did.
God bless.
Pretty cool, man. Terrifying.
It is. It is.
Utterly horrifying.
It's a little bit overdone for security.
It is. It's a lot.
Yeah.
But I'll ask you this, Isaiah. Before we fast forward to your eventual departure, I will ask you for a D20, just a sheer luck roll, to see how well you can get any kind of special items that might be gifted to you in your departure.
It's just a flat roll.
Flat roll.
I don't add anything to it.
You're going to get something no matter what. Flat roll, no adding.
A natural 1.
Oh my god, Isaac. Oh my god, you're fucking kidding me, dude. You're actually fucking kidding me.
I wish. I wish. That's why I had to ask twice. Can I add something to it?
So...
Syphilis.
I didn't know you already made the roll at that point. Yeah, Isaiah, I know you're immune to disease, but you get syphilis. No? There's nothing you can do about it. It's divine syphilis.
It's divine syphilis.
Over, you feel Neith pat you on the back and leave.
I was just about to say, one morning you just wake up and you see the back of Sobek walking out your front door.
Damn, I wish that didn't happen. Too late, though.
It's canon.
It's canon. This is the horny episode. Next episode will be the horny episode. We'll do it on purpose. We'll make it as prominent as possible for the homies out there.
That's funny.
We'll start the year off strong.
Yeah.
So, I will ask you this. There are certain things that you can do in the meantime that are very... time important. So if you want to use the mirror to check up on anybody, or the map to check up on anybody, you may. I will say there's ruminations of magical essence being passed around the city. Some people are becoming more powerful, randomly, seemingly. Some people are becoming paladins. Some people find their connection to the gods to be stronger and becoming clerics, Isaiah. not without their understanding, and it seems like there's going to be a lot of work to do in order to keep their powers under check. But Isaiah, you have, at this point in time, created an army on accident.
Yeah, that's actions have consequences, I suppose. What I would do is um, I think what I would really want to do is probably start studying up on that tome of leadership
Okay.
and influence. I would do that. Let's see, 48 hours I need to spend with it. I would try to spend maybe like 12 hours across the 2 days. 'Cause that's a lot of reading. Um,
Yeah, it is.
and I would. What else would I do? I think I would try to spend time with just the boys. Maybe hang out with Amun as well. I don't think I want to overexert myself too much. It's just a waiting game, and it's probably a good thing to just rest prior to uh, actually going out to hunt the hags. What I will say is that I will try to get the armor of radiant resistance fitted for me. I guess would be the best way to put it.
Yep.
Just make sure that it's built for my body and conforms to my curves, my edges,
Yep.
and all that type of fun stuff. And then I would check with Amun to see where we are at with the Mowgli manifestation.
We'll start with the Mowgli manifestation. Amun himself is having a hard time separating the name from the skull. He doesn't know himself. His spell casting itself has not fully returned. You know, Amun has adapted to his new standing at this point in time, no longer being the single avatar of Ra. He has to share that title and power with someone else, and that saps him greatly whenever that individual returns back to Jubaxi. Or I should say, from the underworld back into Jubaxi. So he can never truly gain back his power, which is the best way I can describe to say I'm nerfing him so that you don't have a god on your side.
Yeah, that makes sense, but also bullshit. I hate it.
I know. Yeah, that's fair.
So
I will say that Amun himself adapts the hairstyle of Killmonger post-throne. So he's got the nice braids on the top of his head.
okay.
He, at this point in time, has adapted to a more monk-like fighting style, where his ability to control light, and at this point also moonlight, as he trains out with Ion in the middle of the night sometimes, and has become a monk for the time being of his own regard. So I'm going to say you are going to help our good buddy here to separate the name Mowgli with this skull, which it's not resisting it. It's simply just so well placed upon it because you gave it permission to keep the hags from having any type of interrogation fuel against you in case they try to use Mowgli in that case. Which it never got to that point because we didn't spend that much time there.
Yeah.
But do you want to roll me an Arcana check? And I'll say it will be with advantage.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Wow, that's kind of sad. Double nines for a 13.
That will not be enough to separate from the skull. The skull just simply looks towards you, Isaiah. The time is now, Isaiah. Those hags, their time is limited. Amun! It just scares the shit out of him while he's holding her in his hands. This thing talks a little bit too much sometimes, Isaiah. We shall go treasure hunting again and find more ways to kill these hags and bring peace to your country. In which case, we shall bring peace to Scott. And we'll say that that's one day of you attempting to do so.
Okay.
I will also say that you go to Amun's crash pad that he has outside in the city, and it's exactly what you would expect. It's like a bachelor pad. He's got like a chair,
Oh, he's a
a
hype
bed.
beast.
Yeah, and there's a place for Ion to sleep and you to potentially sleep as well. There's like 3 shirts in there, 2 pairs of pants. He's got a bunch of jewelry and a bunch of money that's sitting over in the corner. He also has a bunch of like a far more prominent amount of treasure off in a different part of this room that is it's large, Isaiah, but he immediately keeps you from going towards it and he says, "It's Dragon's Hoard. It's cursed. So don't try. Don't try to spend that."
Okay. Well, then I won't.
We should honestly think to bury this and get rid of it and possibly label it so that no one else falls for the same curse that I did a few days ago. On second thought, you should just leave my house. And
God.
he rushes you towards the door.
Oh my gosh. What's
I will say that treasure hoard looks mighty fine. It looks nice. Looks really nice. A few gemmed scimitars.
this is Amun's Mojo Dojo Casa House.
It is.
That's
It absolutely is.
That's beautiful. I love it.
Mojo Dojo.
Damn, so there's no way to get back Mowgli.
Not today. I'll let you try it again the next day if you want to continue with this day. If you have anything else you want to do, we can move forward with your next try if you wish.
Yeah, let's do it. I
All right.
will definitely try again. Trying to think of
Another day.
Else.
I'll pretend that you guys decide that you're going to go up to the Thoth Arena up above, and you're trying to use this as a precipice to make it seem like it'll do better.
Yeah. That'll make it easier. Put it in the little slot. Raymond Anthony. I got a natural 19 for 23.
Oh, there you go. That's what you needed. You needed at least a 20. Isaiah, you are able to free the label, the Word of Mowgli, the name being his title, and a very strong source of power that hags are easily able to exploit. And those with powerful magical essence, like the sorcerers you know, Neith herself, all gain their power from a name. You're able to leash it back to your shadow and free Mowgli from his captivity. And the bear pelt makes its presence known upon your shoulders again.
Wow. That's beautiful.
Oh, Amun sweating.
We did it. We got it done. This is incredible. And I would look at the bear pelt, and I would like to update the bear pelt, if I may, because it is a magical rug. It has magical properties, and I think those properties can be manipulated just a little bit, a little tweaked. And so, if you do so dearly allow, I would like to use some type of web weaver magic to change the form of the bear pelt into a bear golden plated helm that stretches out into a like white cape or cloak behind the behind my back, and we could like make it an item that is a free action to summon a Mowgli, or a bonus action to summon a Mowgli in his like bear form, as opposed to like going from rug to bear. It's like he goes from helm into a bear.
I think with the powers that be, you can do so.
Fuck yeah!
I will say, however, at some
Oh.
point in time, not pertaining towards Mowgli,
The fun
but
police have arrived. You're under
at one,
arrest.
there will be a fun police moment. At one point in time, I'll say that you go to Aslam for, possible guidance on how to do that. And it dawns on you that you still have yet to ask him to accompany you on your journey. In which case, he denies, saying that he cannot leave the city, as his ability to harm those individuals and do anything other than support you guys is no longer a possibility for him. He cannot cause harm to any living individual in the world. That is simply the association of the Divine General's pact with him that requires that to be the case. And to leave the city unguarded as the chairman of the city itself would be ridiculous.
So it's like a stricter version of like the sanctuary spell, where it's like,
Yes.
don't do anything, dog.
Yes, he absolutely cannot cause harm to individuals. He can displace them, he can charm them, he can do anything to possibly cause them to defer from causing harm or to be harmed, but he
Okay.
cannot hurt anyone himself.
Okay. Yeah, that works. That works for me, I suppose. I'll allow that. Yeah, and then the rest of my time, I don't know if I don't recall. Did I ever use the map on Enelok? I feel like I did. I forgot what
You did.
you said though.
He has fallen into the hands of the disciples of Set.
Okay.
When you had cast your smite in Ra's temple, that sanctuary for wayward souls, you teleported multiple times, and at one point in time, the skull was knocked loose. And eventually, some of those individuals that work as ship hands upon the Ark have found themselves freed with the skull itself.
Okay. Okay. Then in that case, I don't think I would do anything else. Yeah, for the rest of the day. I don't think I have anyone that I really in particular want to use the map on. Yeah, that's about it. I think wait, actually, I would like to use the map, and I would like to use it on some of the Ajami gods that I saw. So let's start with what would happen if I were to think of the person that I saw in the mural that goes by the name of Odin, and I say that to the map.
I would say the map can't perceive them because Odin himself doesn't exist in Salia.
Okay. Okay. So the limitations of the map are of this realm, essentially.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's a good test.
Okay. Cool. Then, what else would I look at? Um, can I actually? No, I don't think I'll use the map anymore. I would like to look into the book that contains the tome of avatars, and I would like to look up if there are any avatars of Set listed.
Wonderful. You look at the book of the avatars of Set. There have been only 2 avatars of Set in the past. Now let me pull up this name right here. Annunciata. She was the last avatar of Set about 20 years ago. She was avatar of Set for exactly 1 minute. She was a very powerful elf of sorts that was born in Bayek, the southern part of Jabaxi.
Shout out my boy.
And she was slain
F.
immediately after ascending.
Okay. Damn.
I'm going to say the book lags a little bit. Ironically, it's not loading the rest of the information. Give me an Arcana check.
15.
15? That's
Yep.
good enough. That's good enough. The book lists the number of individuals that had taken place in the battle. You see a number of names of certain heroes of Jabaxi over the ages, one of them being Adalia, but most prominently, you see Rashad, the Lightbringer.
Holy shit. Avatar for who?
Rashad being the one who struck the killing blow to the avatar of Set.
The first one or Annunciata?
Annunciata.
Okay. Holy shit. Yeah, lore runs deep, man. Holy. I didn't know my dad was built like him, but he is him.
It was definitely one versus many battle, but yeah, your dad walked away from the battle.
Good shit.
He never talked about that, though.
Damn, Dad. You were at Nam? But in any case. Okay, cool. Then yeah, that's all I would do with my day.
Okay. Isaiah, I would like you to give me a general perception check.
Yep, that will be 16.
16? That's pretty good. I will say that throughout the day, it goes pretty well. You, traveling through the city, the Kopesh itself has become a lot more active. It floats actively around you as you travel, and it begins to repair all the disrepair that has happened in the city over the years, with so much more access to more web and weave that has recently been displayed. So anything that's become decrepit is now currently created, and you have more or less bankrupt all the construction companies of Chirraku. That being said, it wasn't exactly a big deal. Any wizard could cast mending on a lot of these things and potentially fix it, and then just add more prominence to these buildings. But you make a lot of changes here and there. There are a number of East Fulgenians that have come through the highway of Anubis, that have descended into the underworld through blights that have shown themselves in East Felgen. Now, these individuals of East Felgen are known to be a very hardy and war-filled bunch, so the war against the betrayer god is not something that they're so deterred from. So they acclimate to Jabaxi's environment rather well, besides the fact that the environment's temperature is a great contrast. But, in time they'll come around to it if they're, capable of doing so. There is one individual that I'm going to decide whether or not Isaiah is able to see. What did you get, a 16?
Yeah, 16.
16? Isaiah, there is one particular East Vilgenian. And mind you, these East Vilgenians are well scarred. They're scarred from their travels in the Duat. They have horrible afflictions to their skin. Some of them are missing limbs. But there is one particular East Vilgenian that you catch on occasion. And you see here and there, they seem to have some businesses down in the lower parts of the neighborhood. And they don't seem to be following you, but you seem to run into this individual here and there. Until the very end of the night, when you're settling in, you see this one individual with a fur upon his shoulder, bandages across his face, so you can't necessarily see their person. Limps around here and there, but seems to be well liked, more or less, amongst the people. The hide upon his shoulder is that of a white goat.
Interesting.
And you think back to the third mural. The spider, the goat, and the lizard.
Spider, the goat, and the lizard. I will go over to the Isfulgini. He's at a table.
He keeps his distance, and as soon as you make a movement towards him, he begins to depart.
I would. How far away was he from me?
He seems to be keeping a healthy distance. He always keeps multitudes of bodies around in between the two of you. He keeps a good at least 60 feet away from you.
Oh,
which tells a lot.
Then, and we're in a pretty crowded area. There's no subtlety about any of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I will. Jeez. Take dash action, chase after him.
All right, we got ourselves a chase. Let's go. All right, Isaiah.
Athletics.
As soon as you make yourself very known to be chasing this man, you round the corner that he was fleeing you from. He sees that you're in pursuit. Let me ask you this: are you wearing full armor right now?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So, some challenges will be a little more difficult. Some will be far easier because you can just blow through things. This man who is limping immediately casts a spell on himself, and his movement speed is increased.
Okay.
And I want you to roll me an athletics check to see if you can catch up to this guy.
7.
7? At one point in time, this man who has been limping is not deceptively limping. He seems to be in pain every time he moves. But he is very fast and seemingly agile enough to slip through certain things that a man in full plate mail would have a far harder time doing so. As he ducks and slides underneath wagons, you stumble over them and try to get around them, not to barge into people. At some point in time, the Kopesh immediately strings up on something and just, like, fucking clotheslines you at one point in time.
Damn.
I'm going to say that's one failure at this moment. Isaiah, what are you going to do to get closer to this guy? As you get the Kopesh back under control and you start striding forward. Do you have any spells under your disposal? Expeditious retreat like him? anything like that?
Oh, shit. How many people are near him?
At this moment in time, I'm going to say he's going like more and more into the more decrepit sections of the city. That's lessening. I'm going to roll a sheer luck check here. That's a 2. There's basically nobody around him. There's a
Okay.
few people.
Okay. I would do this so that this only potentially affects him, but I'm going to spam hypnotic pattern right in front of his face and give the appearance that he's going to run into a wall.
Oh, okay. So he has to roll a save on this?
Yep, wisdom save 15.
That's going to be good. 15. He rolls a 16 on the die. You feel the spell hit him, it takes place, and then he dismisses it immediately. At this point in time, he's out of breath and struggling to get away, but he's able to move so. Give me another athletics check as we are moving forward.
No fucking way, bro. That's a 9.
A 9? I'm going to roll one. Oh! He rolled an 8.
Oh, shit.
So I'm going to say that this is going to count as a success for you.
Okay.
No, I'm going to say it's a failure for him, the way I'm going to do this. So you both have a singular failure. We're going to see how well this goes. At this point in time, he looks at you and he's looking around. His face is all bandaged up, and you see a number of the bandages falling down before you. He's dropping a few things here and there. Looks to be food, a dagger or so. But he seems to be he's beginning to panic. Isaiah, I will also keep in mind for you that you are able to board any surface as long as you keep the web weaver on your person at this moment in time. You do have web walk, and you're able to stand on things like the wall or the ceiling.
That's a good point.
He doesn't want to break this spell, so I'm going to see if he just rolls this real fast. No, that's not great. Isaiah, he once again ducks underneath another wagon into a very narrow corridor alley.
Right when he does that, right when I turn into that corridor alley, I'm going to cast Hold Person on him.
I'm going to roll a save 15, you said?
Still 15, wisdom.
You have not finished the book of leadership, I assume?
No, I only got 12 hours.
Okay, just checking. I'm going to roll this in the dice tower. Aha! That's not good for him. Isaiah, you have a turn that you can catch up to him. You cast the spell. Does it cost an action?
It does cost an action.
All right, you get 30 feet on him. You're 30 feet away. His turn is up. He rolls a save, I assume.
Yep.
All right, here we go. That is a natural 18 on the die for a lot more. He breaks the spell, but you've caught up to him by 30 feet. He is going to... He's going to roll athletics to see if he can kind of like make his body like as we were kids in door frames and we're just like, sliding up the door frame by putting our arms and legs against it. He's going to see if he can board this corridor here. What is that? That's a 4. So he immediately falls back down, Isaiah. And you find yourself within 30 feet of this man and closing. What do you do?
It's so finicky, but wait a second. I'm going to I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna do hypnotic pattern again, and instead of a wall, I'm gonna make it look like I I'm gonna have it so that how do I want to do this? I want it so that right when he's about to turn around a corner, I'm gonna cast hypnotic pattern around the corner, and as he turns it, he looks and he sees that I'm already around the corner, so he just runs into me, if possible.
I will say at this point in time, the moment you try to cast that spell, you're within the distance and his attention's on you. He throws a counter spell in your direction. Surprisingly,
Shh. And
you see
sorry, go ahead.
his finger. What was that?
I was about to say counterspell is a 4th level spell slot, right?
I believe it is third,
Oh, okay.
or at least anything below third is automatically countered, or
Well,
third and below.
Oh, 3rd and below. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, continue.
You see a hand outstretched. There's a couple digits missing on some of them. This individual's skin is very dark and splotchy from their transgressions in the duat, and the spell shoots out radiantly and dismisses the spell in your own hand. You hear a raspy voice say, "Come no further, please."
Cap in the wraps. I'm going to. How far am I from him, distance-wise?
You're about 25 feet.
Okay. I would like to. Is Lyman with me?
What is the likelihood he'd be with you?
Yeah, probably low. Probably low.
Do you think? I'm just asking you.
He's kind
Low?
of just annoying enough where I'd be like special occasions, like I need breaks. But okay, how about this? I'm gonna try to pick up a rock and throw it at him and just see, but like aim for the legs, see if I can get him to trip and fall.
Roll me an attack.
All right. All right, Ray, we're gonna have to wrap this up. That's a nat one.
You throw a rock at him, and surprisingly, accidentally, he like kicks it right back in your direction, and it just collides with your armor.
I'm a failure.
And he just says, "Come no further, please. I did not mean to harass you. I just wanted to look at you, and that was all."
And I just want to talk. An inside check to I just want to look at you. That's going to be a 19.
A 19? He wanted to get a look at you, and he wanted to very much see who you are, what you look like. You're somewhat of a celebrity now these days, but it seems like there's a whole lot more that this guy wants. He wanted to see you specifically in a more familiar sense.
Okay, interesting. Yeah,
A 19 on insight?
Yep.
There's something familiar about this man.
Damn.
He is very clearly horribly ravaged by the sands. He's East Velganian. His dress would make you see that. The way his tunic is, the fur upon his shoulder that's, at this point in time, very limited to a small cape that doesn't drape lower than his upper back because that amount of heat would be too much. And he's decrepit. He's very much so worn from his journeys, and he doesn't seem to have any aggressive goals in mind when it comes to seeing you, but he seems to be withholding information that he has a lot more invested in seeing you.
Does he give the impression that he's in a disguise or using any type of illusory magic?
Roll a perception check.
Okay. That's so awesome. A 5.
He doesn't seem to be wearing a disguise. On the very edges of the bandages, you see what looks to be decayed flesh. And you see what looks to be a very... I mean, he's large. He doesn't seem very decrepit. He's clearly older. His hair is a very small flecks of black and a solid gray braid going down. The curious thing about him is that he seems to be racially an individual from Jabaxi, but culturally an East Vilgenian. And you see the one eye that's peeking out and looking at you is beginning to tear up as he gets a very strong look at you.
If you wanted to just look, then just stop and take a look.
He straightens himself in stance as best he can and just in this small hallway looks over at you, and he starts to get a little closer. Seemingly wary of your Kopesh, he limps forward and he stands staring you at eye level, 10 feet away. Just two guys standing in an alley.
And I will earnestly look into his eyes and try to see if rings any bells of any of my travels.
Roll me an insight check with advantage.
That is going to be a 22 total.
Isaiah, the identity of this person is immediately known to you in your heart, but your mind does not compute or wish to accept it, as it is a far cry from the memories that you have. This individual is standing at eye level with you, splotched and cankered skin, some digits and parts of their hand is missing. Half of the face underneath the bandages, you can see exposed jawline, exposed molars on the right side where the eye is covered as well. There seems to be a subtle glow underneath the right bandage of the eye. And the left side is far more intact, and despite his age, has still displayed his appearance to you in familiarity. You hear him say in a hoarse voice, "What do I call you? Webweaver? Redeemer? Or do I call you my son, Isaiah?" And before you is Rashad.
Oh!
In a far cry form from when you remembered him. His voice is nothing like you recalled. He looks pained and cautious, as if he's in enemy territory as we speak.
Oh, man. I would set down the web weaver onto the ground and extend my hands out as if like, like, whoa buddy, like I'm not gonna do anything. Kind of like he's a cat. Um
He is.
just trying to be very meek, try not to trigger his skittishness. And I'll look at him and I'll say, "Is that really you?"
You see him swallow and look down at himself. He looks at his own hands, and they begin to shake a little bit. And then he finds and steels himself. It is. I would ask you the same. Is that my boy?
And I would take my gloves, my gauntlets, ogre gauntlets off and extend my hands out to his and just kind of like a little hand sandwich, just clasp one of his hands in between both of mine and look at him and say, "Where have you been?" And I think I would jump. I want to, make him a little bit less, not necessarily nervous, but less shaky. If that's, part of some achiness or injury or ailment or whatever, I would like to just dump 5 points of. No, I'll just do 10. I'll do 10 points of healing into this man who claims to be my father.
You see his shakiness end as he fully accepts your kind embrace of his hand. The wounds on his body don't heal, or I should say the more prominent wounds don't heal, but you see the canker sores and such like that seal up, and his pain is somewhat eased. You look him in his one eye that is exposed, and you see fully the man that you looked up to with great prominence, and he is a shell of the man he once was. He asks you to follow him outside of the city to a place where he feels like you two can talk freely outside of the barrier as well.
All right, let's do it. I'll follow him cautiously. I don't know if I'm with anyone per se.
I would say this is like near a time of wrap up. So Ion and Joy and Mouse, they were nearby. There's always typically somebody nearby with you.
Okay.
I would say, you know what? We can roll a d6 and see who was on duty for guarding you at this moment in time, whether it was Snake, Malice, or Joy at this moment in time.
Or Ion.
So, or Ion, you can do either one. I mean, no matter what, we'll say that Ion. We'll roll separately for Ion. How about that?
Okay.
So, 1 through 2, that'll be Snake, and so on and so forth for Malice and Joy. I'll let you do the roll.
Okay. Is it? Oh, it's just a D6. Okay.
Just a d6. Yeah.
And 5.
5. So that's going to be Joy, I believe.
Okay.
So Joy was in the area, but she did not. You get the feeling that like she's been pretty eased up on a lot of her stuff. Like checking up on you. She knows you're powerful enough to handle yourself for the most part. So she's been, letting you free for the most part. She's not immediately here, but she's in the area for sure.
Okay. Then in that case, yeah, I would still follow with my father and go to that secluded place.
And I'm gonna roll d20 to see if Ion is in the area. Low, she's not. Highs, she is. It's an 18. She's in the area. We will consider this definitely her working on her novel, trying to chronicle your guys' journey.
Oh, God bless.
But she is not fully aware that you ran off, and at this moment in time, you know that you could get to them very fast, but yeah, you're alone with your father at this moment in time.
Holy shnikey. Okay. Damn. All right, all right, all right, all right. Continue.
Rashad walks you out of the city limits. You pass through the magical barrier, and he begins to make camp. He makes a fire and offers you a number of like jerkies and berries that he's gathered up, and begins to partake in some jerky himself. He recalls to you the final battle that you had accidentally foreseen with your mother's magical mirror. Watching the jackals assail him while he was slinging divine bolts deep into the Duat sands.
Oh,
And he speaks upon the agony and the pain that had befelled him going through. The jackal itself was lost to him, as those individuals in particular are immune to the ravages of the Duat, but simply just seek to grab individuals and basically end their lives by doing exactly what they did to Rashad. Rashad, being built fucking different, did not die, but he ended up in Eastfelgen through some unknown means. And from his point of view, it's been about 17 years since he has seen any of you guys.
holy.
He looks older than you would have ever figured he would be at this point in time.
Yeah.
He claims that he has not been back to Jabaxi for more than just a couple of weeks, more or less. He did make it back to Pharos, but he circles back to his journey in Eastville again, and it was difficult. Survival was the biggest win he even had there, considering the difference in environment was very stark. While Jabaxi can become freezing and arid during the nights, which is the nature of certain desert areas in Jabaxi, which are prominent, Eastvilgen at its best was half a day's worth of heat during the summer compared to Jabaxi, and the winters are harsh. He made friends where he could, and he faced threats and eventually came across a large turtle that was essentially his main home as a floating island, and lived inside of its mouth and shell for a number of years. Definitely claiming it to be his Mowgli, more or less.
Okay.
Your dad spent a long time in Eastvilgen, sailing and transversing and sharing what he knew about the worship of Horus and Ra and a number of other good Jabaxi gods in Eastvilgen, and found himself in a place of confusion when he found artwork and other depictions of Horus and Set ravaging the landscape of Eastvilgen. Curiosity befell him once he grew strong enough to go east and find this battlefield of the gods, and he found what seems to be latent magical essence from these gods.
Mind you, this is ravaging blood and essence from both of the gods wounding themselves. He has taken it upon himself to try to bring back some good to those parts of Eastville again that were ravaged, and prominently create monsters and other celestial abominations that result from the amount of blood that was displayed all over. Your dad also you can tell that he's hiding something that he found in Eastville again. He's getting up and building up to its reveal, but he talks about him returning and how he felt a need and a desire to return, almost as if Jabaxi itself was crying out and trying to reclaim lost fragments that had been forgotten, Rashad included. And he came back to Jabaxi through the Duat and was ravaged a second time, causing this form that you see before you. He is steadfast in his duty as a Medjai still. He remembers getting the letter from the Ati son that you had sent to him, and he recalls sending his old breastplate to you via parcel from a demigod's mailing service.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Being excited and exuberant in the idea that you had made your way to Eastville again, being proud in the fact that you had done so with a number of your friends, potentially, as he would have gotten some information from the messenger. Hoping you the best, he still carried on with what he believed to be his life calling of helping these people. He had to return with that base feeling. He has returned to Pharos and he has made contact with Adalia. He cannot bring himself to find the courage to face your mother in the form that he is in now. But Adalia has informed him of rumors of an individual who is making changes on the grand landscape of Jabaxi. And he went to Chirraku, where he has been before. You get the feeling that he spent some time here in the past, because the mirror that your mother uses is not too different from the technology that they have available here in Chirraku in terms of advanced magic. Your father looks at you and you feel a strong sense of pride in his eyes, being very pleased in the man that you've grown to be. But you
Oh,
definitely get the sense that he's tired.
I would. I think at some point during all these discussions, a hug would have to be in order. I would definitely embrace my father, um, and I would also try to default into helping and trying to take care of him and making sure he's okay. Comfy situation. Maybe we figure out a little meal plan. I get him a little bit of. Maybe I get him a euro. Um,
Maybe, yeah.
and just make sure that he's good. Make sure he's solid, and I'll probably put an additional 15 points of lay on hands into him just to make sure that he's, not dropping out on me anytime soon.
You see your dad's more how would I say more formidable radiant glow as a divine soul sorcerer he is coming back, and he seems to be definitely on a better fast track to recovery in your presence.
And at one point in time, you hear his voice clear up a little bit. Isaiah, are you going to return to Pharos?
I do have plans on revisiting my homeland. My whole journey is to do right by our people, and so it has been my mission up until this point to get to Pharos and make everything right.
His look darkens a bit. His eyes hesitate. His eye hesitates on you for a second, and then he looks away and he stands up, slight limp, walks around the fire a bit, and he looks at you, and he stands at his full height in a way that looks more familiar, a stance that you've seen him take before when he means business. What do you mean by that, Isaiah? Make things right.
Dad, I've been gone for some time as well, and it started years ago when my leader, my captain, Captain Sylvan, stabbed me in the chest. And from there, I would use that as the launch pad point to recount the events of my story thus far. My time in Salia, my time in Eastfulgen, and my return to the Duat, and now my return here to Chirraku. My state of being would be made aware of it to him that I'm only here because of Horus and Osiris allowing me to live. And now my new kind of budding relationship with Neith. And I would, give him basically all the deets.
Do you leave anything out?
Maybe not the part where Malice got Ion cheese, but everything else should be pretty fair game.
Full revelation of Ion and Amun to him?
Ooh, wee.
I just want to check that with you before it's fully revealed and,
I would say yes, that's my dad.
Okay. So, present company fully exposed as your point of view.
Yep. Final answer. Lock it in.
Your dad, he seems to very much so like the tale of you going to Salia. The tale of Sylvan impaling you seems to not be a blow of surprise that you would expect from him, but you do see the pained look in his eye that you had to go through that significant phase. And he seems to be distracted by a sense of duty that it urges him to overlook such things in the fact that your son, his own son, was killed by one of his best friends, if not his best friend, in order to create this deal with gods to make you a tool for them. And he hesitates when he hears about Amun and Ion, almost like in disbelief that this is actually true. Like, he can't possibly fathom that such a thing would come to be. and he looks over towards the city that you have so prominently changed recently. So you are responsible for these great changes. You've made yourself well known, Isaiah.
For better and for worse, I have been making a difference. By no means 100% of the time deliberately or premeditated, but it does happen that sticking by your morals and principles, you can enact a lot of change. So that's what I've been coming to find out, that I have that type of impact, whether I tried to or not.
There were days when I wondered what the boy I left behind would have grown to be like, and who my children would come to be without my presence. Isaiah, I am proud of you. You have done much for Jabaxi, bringing it back to the light that it should be in. And I find that Idalia and Sylvan to be at fault for some of the things that happened to you. And while she is at fault, I can't let you take rulership or the power that she holds from her in Jabaxi. I am a sworn Medjai to this land and country and these gods. Idalia has led us for years. She has made much change against the war on Set. And I want to propose to you another strategy. Leave all of this behind. Come with me to Pharos now. We can find the means to end Set easily within this month. We're so close. We are going to find something that will even the grounds between Horus and Set and give Horus a means to strike him down for good.
While I appreciate your perspective, Father, and you are more than welcome to join me, I don't believe you have properly interpreted my future plans. I am here right now to help Chirraku, because of a problem that happened in the underworld. And some hags, so I do have to take care of that before I even contemplate going to Pharos. Furthermore, when I do get to Pharos, I don't know if or what I will even do with Adalia. I haven't even really given her much thought in terms of when I get to Pharos. To me, she is just there, and the mission that I'm going on is bigger than her and myself.
Rashad points in the direction of one of his little packs that he has next to you.
A Zin?
A zine?
A zine? Never mind.
It's kind of like a zine, yeah. Inside of this pack is a small, like, it's a piece of paper, and it's a wanted poster, and it depicts a individual wearing armor with a bear cloak on top of his head, so you can't see his face, holding a very large Kopesh in the exact image of your Kopesh, and it says, "The Web Weaver, kill or capture."
I look
will
at
not.
it and I look at my father and I would say, yes, I would come to expect that this sign would be posted up, especially now that they know that I'm technically in the neighborhood as opposed to the past when they probably anticipated I was dead or certainly MIA. This is not new to me, Father. That is exactly why I have to go to Pharos. It is because of this poster.
Then come with me. We can appeal to Adalia. You know how much they respect me there. I have pull with them. If we go to Adalia and we swear fealty to her, she will not harm you. I will see to it. I still have allies. This bounty we can get erased.
This bounty can also wait because they are not after me at the moment. So my duty to Chirraku at the moment, unfortunately, Father, does take priority. If I was contacted sooner, maybe I could have rearranged what my dedications are at the moment, but I've committed to this. It's in motion, and I can't really stop what's about to happen.
Isaiah, I came here to question the Web Weaver, not to find my son. This was not something I expected. I am sworn to loyalty in Jabaxi. And this Amun, he is misguiding you. He's filling your head with stories about revolution and leadership, and he is a bad influence upon you.
I would look at my dad and inquisitively, and I would just say, I'm sorry, but are you questioning my friends?
You see your dad look back and almost like smile unpleasantly, uncomfortably. I am questioning a conspirator of Jabaxi.
What gives you the impression that there's a conspirator?
You tell me that this uncle of yours, fascinating how that is. I don't remember having a sworn brother that you know about. Neither does your mother.
Yes, but you know why that is. You know that the people of Chirraku would not necessarily be the most subtle when knowing that the Amun Ra is in their city borders. Of course, that's going to make a stir. You know why he's called Uncle.
The Amun Ra has not been in Jabaxi for a while, for a reason. I have a feeling that his time on the Ark is more than just a role and job, more of a punishment.
and he's lashed himself onto you like a parasite. He claims he doesn't want rulership again, and yet he seems so eager to position himself in a strong role in a future rulership of Jabaxi. Isaiah, he is untrustworthy.
I don't understand why what you've heard is more valuable than my actual experience with him in this time. Um, I just want to just state the obvious about the duplicity of, you know, not seeing you for years, and one of the first things you want to talk to me about is who I associate with when we haven't been together for years and years and years. So, respectfully, modest boundaries would be, I think, appropriate. If you believe there's a conspiracy, substantiate something more than it's just convenient. That
Do you
he's.
know what he's looking for? He's looking for the last drop. On her spear.
And how do you know this?
Because I have been in Chirraku long enough to find this conspirator and find those he has righted and wronged. Information about him is prominent in the city, especially in its lower parts. And by low, I mean the criminal aspect.
Oh,
He is a thief, Isaiah, and he may steal from those who deserve to be stolen from, but he steals from those who don't as well. He is not exactly someone who I would say is pure of mind. My impression of him is that his authority is greater than anyone else, and that he holds you on a pedestal, or maybe you're more of a diving board for him. Isaiah, I replace my statement before, or I restate it. I did not come here to find my son. I came here to find conspirators and question you. I will not participate in a death match with my son, but him, if I am forced to, I don't care if he is Amun-Ra. There is no one I will not kill for the sake of Jabaxi if he threatens so. This man will fall before me as others have before.
I appreciate your skepticism and your insight, but I'm going to unfortunately need something more substantial to convince me that the first pharaoh, is a conspirator to take over the throne, and that a random paladin is his ticket to accomplishing that. But I won't be naive and just turn a blind eye to what you just said. I will keep an eye out if that were to be the case, where he does find the last drop or does try to make a move on Adalia. And I would like to just make an inside check to see if he's 100% in his right mind, no possession, no domination, no, bug in the ear.
Roll an insight check on your father, and you
Yeah.
can decide whether or not you have advantage or disadvantage on that.
Gosh,
Or if it's a flat roll, I'll let you decide, but just tell me what you decide.
I think it would be a flat roll because I don't know him that well. So, because it's been like 15 plus years, so it never would be at advantage. But to get the impression that he is not in a. He's kind of lost his marbles, or someone has taken his marbles and are playing with them. I feel like that's something that you can kind of universally notice in anyone, so that would just be a flat roll. If I was looking for like a specific behavior of his, of like, do I know if my dad's upper right lip quivers whenever he's lying or something like that, or leaving out the truth, like that would be at disadvantage because it's like, dog, how would you even remember that? But yeah, so flat roll. Ooh, natural 17 for a 22.
22. Okay. Isaiah, he purposely withheld information before, and you understand now that his passive approach towards you initially through the day in his goat hide disguise was because he was not expecting to see his son be the web weaver. This very prominent redeemer figure was not identified previously, and he had to get multiple looks without being completely how do I describe it? Up front with being like, hey, I need to talk to you and question you about your conspiracies that I'm hearing about.
Yeah, rumor has
And
it.
once he had done so, he was taken aback by the fact that, oh shit, that might be my kid. Your dad has a powerful magical aura about him that you've always seen to be intimidating. And while he is older, that aura has not deteriorated at all. In fact, it seems enhanced in a way that is unbecoming of somebody who is mortal. And you hesitate and eventually settle upon the bandaged side of his face, where most of his flesh is gone. His jaw is exposed and his teeth are exposed on his right side of his face. And underneath the bandage glows an eye.
Is that like a? Can I make an Arcana check to see what type of magical eye it would be? If it's like true sight or something like that.
Yes.
It's a natty 1 for a 5.
Natty 1 for a 5. Do you make it apparent that you're trying to check out his eye?
Yep.
He sees you scrutinizing him, looking him dead in one of his bandaged eyes, and he doesn't turn away. He walks towards you wordlessly, and he stands about 3 feet from you. And he lifts the bandage on his eye, revealing that not only is his face rather ravaged, it glows with the magical essence of a god. And when he reveals it, for a flash and a split second, you see the man that once was when you were a child. And then it eventually settles with a powerful blue glow, with a black sclera eye, the eye of Horus within his own. And you know immediately that this is the eye that Set struck from Horus in Eastvilgen, inside of your father's skull right now.
Holy shit. Can I roll an additional insight check to see if my dad is an avatar for Horus, or what his relationship to Horus is?
Roll an insight check.
12.
12, he's not an avatar of Horus, but the weave, which recently, due to your Book of Thoth just going, crazy, is able to see that Horus is having an effect upon your father's psyche, and there is a strong sense of burgeoning emotion coming from Horus, filling your father's head and heart. He's able to obviously hold that power back,
but Horus is burgeoning your father towards the revenge that Horus feels in his own heart against Set. He wants your father to strike Set down just like someone else who's prominently powerful in Jabaxi does as well, you imagine. Idalia herself. And you begin to see a little bit of a disregard for anyone else's goals other than his own.
I just look at my father and I say, we both have similar goals, and I both believe that we are morally aligned, but ultimately I think our paths are just a little too different right now to really be aligned. But if you have the time or if you are available, when I am in Pharos, I would like to see you and Mom together.
You catch him off guard mentioning your mom, and he loses all the determination he had. Isaiah, I can't. I cannot see her again like this. He removes the bandages fully, and you see that your father lacks a nose. He lacks his right ear in entirety. He has numerous scars, not just from the duat, but from battle altogether. Patches of hair are missing from claw marks. Your father is, for all rights and purposes, the proper representation of what would be displayed as a seasoned adventurer. Scarred and powerful, the ideal depiction of a comic book hero that he once was before is gone.
He's in like 2017 Logan form.
He is. He's in his Logan form where he is showing his history.
I would look at him and I would set a hand on his shoulder and I would say, you are in the bazaar looking at the web weaver, but lingering. Lingering because while you saw the web weaver, you felt that it was your son. And you hung around to confirm that. Despite you wishing that to be true or not, you still yearned. You still thought yourself deserving of the truth. And similarly, irregardless of your form, Mom also deserves to know the truth. And if both of her boys are still alive and are still around, we owe that to her.
He looks at you, and you see a small tear form in his eye. Wiping it away as fast as possible, he urges you to consider his offer, and then stops himself and he says, all of us, Isaiah, we should all leave it behind. We should leave Jabaxi and stop this fight. You, me, your sisters, your mother, my grandchild.
we should all just leave for Salia or Cindergrasp, and we'll just preach the goodness of the gods, not the war. We'll leave it all behind. And we can, if we have to, we'll leave Adalia behind and leave her ward to herself. Please.
I look at my dad with a grin and I say, let's not get ahead of ourselves, buddy, okay? We just met each other after 15 years, and you just said that you couldn't bear having mother see you like this. Let's save the ditch everything we know and love for the majority of our lives in the rearview mirror discussion for when we get together. But for now, you should really take care of yourself, because if Amun is the conspirator that you believe he is, then he is also smart enough to know that he should watch his own back. And seeing a Medjai the likes of you, well, that might prickle the hairs on the back of his neck in a way that we may not like.
He, abandoning his third plan. Stupid. It was stupid of me to think that we could avoid this war altogether. Ignore me on that. That was a moment of weakness. You see the flare from the weave around the eye strengthen, and he looks back at you, and he begins to walk away outside of the city limits, and just... I will not participate in a death match with my son. But I want you to know that there are more Medjai in these deserts now. I did not come alone. And I cannot keep track of all of them. Some of them will try to kill you. I trust you can handle yourself. And if we do meet again in Pharos, I pray it is not against each other.
I have somewhat of a wince smile, and I look at him and I say, dinner next week.
He says, "Fuck you," and he starts walking out of the limits of the fire, and then he stops for a second and he says, "I miss the little boy that you once were, but I think I love the man that you are now."
Fuck.
And he smiles and he leaves.
What the fuck, man?
And we will end the session right there.
Wow. We came back, and we came back fucking swinging. Dick swinging. Just... Whew. That was a sweeping episode. We covered so much ground, and also so little ground, but so much ground. It was an extravaganza for sure. Holy shit.
Now, let me ask you this. Did you think that was going to be Rashad at any point in time?
Mm-hmm. Did I ever think it was going to be Rashad at any point in time? No. I was paying attention to the descriptions closely, and when you said Eastfulgen, I'm like, there's no way that this could be like an old, kind of, not decrepit per se, but like scuffed, like very scuffed version of Roe. And I was thinking of the likelihood of that, and I'm like, maybe, because I did use the map on Ro, and he was sailing the sea, or just landing from sea on a sandy beach, and so I was like, there's a chance, and then I'm like, could it be Tangus? But I'm like, no, I saw him dead, and this is not, him. But yeah, I did not think really it was gonna be my father. Honestly, I did not have a clue.
That's good.
So
That's what I was hoping for.
Good, because yeah, I was not expecting that. I felt like at some point in the episode, just the way that we were playing it, I'm like, there's gotta be Ray's got her ace in the sleeve somewhere, like the gotcha, the pull your pants down. So I was like, maybe there's gonna be like a little twist at some point, but no, I did not expect that. Did not expect that at all. What else did I not expect? I did not expect Amun to just give me some great freaking gear out of nowhere. That was really cool and unexpected. I'm like, oh, I feel so undeserving. And then a level 12, I was like, holy shit, there's so much going on. And then Book of Thoth working, I'm like, holy shit, what is going on? Like, I just like super leveled up in like one episode. Granted, big episode, but one episode. So I'm feeling like a Chad.
That was my main goal, was to buff you up for the inevitable epilogue that will be coming in the near future. I'm assuming at this point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amun was literally just tomb raiding and gathering up as much gold as he possibly can for your enchantments, and trying to make sure that you guys stay in the good graces of Chirraku as we speak. Ion helps people out of the goodness of her heart, but Amun is far more scrupulous of the effects that your arrival has had on the city, and he knows that he's like, okay, I gotta do some favors for these people so they don't execute him, which would really suck.
Yeah, that would definitely. Is there anything that surprised you that I did this episode, or anything that was exciting, or you didn't anticipate, or was like, ooh, that was cooler than I originally envisioned?
I wasn't expecting you to just make the podium of Thoth and just walk away. And then I thought you were gonna, and I also didn't expect you to just let the Kopesh go willy nilly and just fly about and like potentially piss everybody off and be like, "What the fuck is this guy doing? Kill him!
Yeah,
Kill his ass!" Disintegration cops, they show up. They give you some CBT and then you're done.
Yeah, I really liked the council meeting. That was really fun. I liked the setting of it, the structure of it. The podium was very cool, and I also like the idea of like respectful but also nonchalant. Well, respectful it might be dubious, because I used my Kopesh, but respectful in the way of like I literally cast Zone of Truth on myself in front of everyone to just like level set. And then I went crisscross applesauce on them. I was like,
Yeah.
there's not really much you can be like, oh, this guy's an absolute threat. Like, he has malevolent intentions. Like, I don't know. So I like that.
Yeah. I thought about it for a while too. I'm like, well, these people are going to show up. They're not going to just like let him potentially have no possible security at all. Like, they're going to show up with the Mages Guild and everybody. Like, I made up a bunch of spellcasting academies, like wizards, sorcerers, and warlocks and such that would be, that would have taken root in this place a while ago. And I'm like, all right, let's just make some figures here on the council. If he ever addresses them personally himself, or at any point in time one of them asks a question or something like that. And I'm like, like, we'll make it pretty nonchalant, like almost as if it is a city council deal.
Yeah.
Even though it was a specific request by a chairman to do so. And I liked it a lot too. I wanted to make it so that you had a hook to go back for the run back with the hag,
that had prominently broken your back and, folded you into a briefcase and walked you into a fish barrel. And my favorite part was probably the Rashad meeting, because I'm like, okay, here we go. Now we're getting big. My idea was to have the Nat 1 item was going to be this in place of this meeting, but I'm like, fuck it. Like, we'll just have the whole Rashad deal, like getting spotted here and there, and the possible allusion to maybe a foreseen prophecy that's been lost at this point in time with this white goat.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I was like the spider, the goat, and then what's the last one?
The lizard.
The lizard, that's right. Part of me was like, spider sounds like it could be Isaiah because that's tied to Neath. But then the lizard, I'm like, could that potentially be referring to Ion as... Oh, wait, no, she's Dragonborn, which is technically kind of reptilian, but not exactly. I was thinking
She is
lizard
a lizard
folk. Oh, yeah, she is.
a lizard folk. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I did get that impression, but I was like, that may be just a little bit airing a little bit too close on the edge of like profiling. So I'm like, maybe it's not Ion, but I did think of that. But no, with Rashad having the goat, that really makes it interesting to what the implications could be. Unsure, but no, that was really cool and really unexpected. And yeah, I was pretty tight about rolling a nat 1 for what was gonna happen for the days off. I was like, ooh, I could get some more good shit, and then a nat 1, I'm like, oh, I guess like something shitty has to happen now, like I get struck by lightning or something. But yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if I wanted to I'm not going to spoil it, but I'll just say that, the Rashad thing is going to take place, and we'll take care of that Nat 1 session or little deal there in the next session.
Okay, cool. Cool. Then, awesome. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about the episode before we wrap up here?
We could roll your health for your level up and see what you get now instead.
That's right.
Not instead, but let's just see what you get, I'm curious. I want to see how empowered Isaiah becomes.
So that's
I'm also
another D10 plus my Constitution.
Yep.
So I was at 81, but now I'm going to be override HP. Get a D10. Where are you? There you are. A 3. So I go to 84 health. Wait, no. I go to...
A 3 on the die or a 3 total?
3 on the die, but I think I have a plus 2 to Constitution, which makes it a plus 5. So 81 plus 5 is 86 health.
You have a plus 1 to Constitution.
Oh, so then it's 85 health. I'm so phony.
Damn. Trying to cheat.
I know. I tried. I tried to
when
sneak
you're
it
on
past
record? God damn, bro.
Let's see. I'm going to add a feat, and then I'm going to pick... I think I'm going to pick... I'm gonna pick... A part of me wants to do Savage Attacker so bad, but I feel like it's not the smart one to do.
You get a feat?
Yeah, I'm picking a feat. I think I'm gonna actually go with Resilient, and then I'm gonna pick Dexterity as what I'm resilient in, because my Dexterity checks and saving throws have always been kind of scuffed. So now... Oh, what? It didn't increase my... Dexterity modifier. I'm still at a -1. That should be a 10 now.
You might have to select amongst the feat which feature you want to enhance. I'm not sure if it's like that kind of deal.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Let's see here. Resilient. You increase the chosen ability score by 1 to a maximum of 20. You gain proficiency. So let me just do this. Charisma. And does it change that when I go to abilities? Okay, it does say it for charisma. Let me go back. Move it back over to dexterity. Go back to discs to abilities. That doesn't make sense. Oh, maybe it's just because it's override. Yeah, that's
Maybe.
why. That's why. Let me just do this. Delete the override. Oh my gosh. My override score was low for so long? Wait, what? Okay, so my override score was set to 9. I deleted the override score. Now the override score is empty. Now my total score for dexterity went to 11. It jumped up 2, even though resilience is supposed to only increase by 1. So why was it overridden to be lower than what it actually... I don't know, man. It's because now that changes things.
Okay, we'll work on that.
Yeah, I'll think about the feat that I want to do. In the meantime, thank you everyone for joining on this episode of Reclamation. You guys are the best supporters in the world. You guys get all the merch,
totally.
all the likes, all the comments. We wouldn't do this without your undying support. And we do it for y'all. Yeah, we do it for y'all, for the people. So if you made it to the end, fucking leave a fat thumbs up on the video and be like, I made it to the end. I listened to 6
Lisa.
hours of this.
You, Lisa.
Yeah, you, Lisa.
Fuck you.
Damn. All right, but until next time, you guys have a good one. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye.